Rishi, my hurt and anger at daughter's hearing racist slur. And finally, the Daily Star, man baby beats up doddery old bloke live on TV, which is what happened tonight. And those are your front pages. That's it for tonight's show. Thanks to Adam and Lewis. Headlines is back at 11 p.m. tomorrow. If you're watching at 5 a.m, then stay tuned for breakfast. Good night.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Good evening to you. Tomorrow, bit of a three-way split with our weather. Bright and breezy across Scotland with a few showers, mostly fine and sunny across East Anglia and the southeast. But in between, this weather system is creeping towards us. Not a particularly potent one, but it will bring cloud and some outbreaks of rain. That's starting to move across the Republic of Ireland at the moment and spreading towards Wales and southern parts of Northern Ireland by dawn. Still a few showers across the far north and west of Scotland. Still quite breezy here as well, but elsewhere the wind's pretty light with some clearer skies. Temperatures will dip down to single figures, but it's actually turning quite cloudy here, but that will keep the cloudy temperatures up across Wales and northwest England through the early hours. The cloud will increase a little bit across southwest England too, so a grey start here for some, maybe the odd shower, but for much of East Anglia and the southeast, fine and sunny, and for a good part of Scotland and Northern Ireland, certainly the north of Northern Ireland, a fine start to Saturday, some decent spells of sunshine. Still quite breezy across the far north and still plenty of showers packing in across Caithness, Sutherland, the Western Isles and the Northern Isles. They'll keep going for much of the day, but a good chunk of Scotland will be dry. This cloud and rain, though, likely to stick around. Not much rain, I suspect, getting to the east of the Pennines, but still predominantly cloudy here. Dull and damp on some of those coasts across northwest England, north and west Wales throughout. But brighter skies further south and with a bit of sunshine. 25 degrees is possible across the southeast. Scotland and Northern Ireland in the high teens, but with a bit of sunshine. It shouldn't feel too bad because the winds will be lighter tomorrow compared to today. Mostly fairly light winds on Sunday as well. Some rain will head back towards Shetland. Could start quite grey in the south with one or two showers here. Quite a bit of cloud on Sunday, but I'm still optimistic that many places will see some sunny spells. And we've lost the heat from earlier in the week. Temperatures at or a touch below average.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
We'll be there.
This is GB News.
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
As time passes,
she could have said Storm. You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
I can become something different.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom. When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do. His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, unlike you. That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frothy in here, isn't it?
He'll have one of me one day.
For dartball practice. Britain's newsroom on GB News. Weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Can Joe Biden survive?
The US president promises to stay in the race, despite calls now for him to step down following his grim performance during the debate.
Well, that's as Donald Trump claims Biden didn't know what the hell he was doing during the exchange at a rally in Virginia.
And as President Biden admits he doesn't debate as well as he used to crowds in North Carolina.
Also today, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage insists footage showing racist comments made by a campaigner was a setup as Rishi Sunak condemns the racial slurs made against him.
A new portrait of King Charles in military uniform is unveiled today to mark Armed Forces Day.
Friends of the missing teenager Jay Slater says he saw the 19-year-old slipping on rocks during a video call on the day he vanished.
And Dua Lipa hits all the right notes at this year's Glastonbury Festival as she headlined the famous Pyramid Stage.
It's match day -1 for England at the Euros. We'll have all the build-up to the Three Lions' last 16 showdown with Slovakia in Gelsenkirchen. Germany, Denmark, Switzerland and Italy are all in action today. We'll also be looking ahead to Wimbledon, which gets underway on Monday.
The brief hot spell many places experienced through the week is now over. What does that mean for the weekend's weather? Will it be a washout or will there still be some sunshine around? I'll have all the details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Well, we need to present you with this.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yes, well, thank you so much, Stephen. Blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, I just wanted to say to everybody who voted, of course, thank you so much. I think I'm the last member of the team now to actually...
To get your hands on it.
To get my hands on it, which is lovely, yeah. I was very, very proud of you. Very proud.
It's nice, isn't it?
As you, it's brilliant, actually, is what it is. Second year running.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phew, take that, the rest of
There
the
you
industry,
go.
eh?
Yeah.
Shall I put it away now?
Better has.
OK, I'll just enjoy my moment one more second and put it away.
You can pop it in your handbag, Anne. Take it home.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what I did with the last one. Oh, didn't say.
Nothing would surprise me. Oh, dear. Right, let's crack on with the politics then, shall we? Because we're going stateside again to begin with, because President Biden says he intends to win the election. It was his first public event since his struggle during that TV debate. He was speaking at a rally in North Carolina where Democrats are hoping to win the state back from Republicans this November.
Yeah, he said America itself is at stake and accused the former US President, Donald Trump, of repeatedly lying and said he has the morals of an alley cat. Well, after his own rather shaky performance during the debate, President Biden directly addressed the limits of his old age.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
Well, former advisor to the Clinton and Bush administration, Steve Gill, joins us now. Morning to you, Steve. Look, have to say, that was a really strong performance.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that's a performance. What we saw on the debate stage is a guy who's having to think for himself with notes, not with a teleprompter, with a speech to be read for 20 minutes. He was up for 90 minutes having to actually think and do rather than perform. And I think that's the difference that you saw the debate Joe Biden and the one that just had to, for 20 minutes in the middle of the day rather than at 9 p.m., do a performance.
Well, which leads you to wonder why his people let him do the debate at all, let alone in circumstances which didn't favour him. By now they must know his strengths and his failings.
Well, especially after they spent 5 days at Camp David preparing him, 16 of them preparing him for the debate. They had to see what the world saw. And keep in mind that what we saw on the debate stage is what we're seeing regularly in public Joe Biden. It's what the G7 saw at D-Day when he just kind of wandered off to visit a ghost. And it's the lost and bumbling, rambling Joe Biden that we constantly see. And yet his staff tells us he's sharp as a tack behind the scenes. This guy's not as sharp as one of those curved little scissors like kindergartners use to keep from hurting themselves. What we saw at debate was who he is as president, and that's why the policies aren't working.
Yeah, but, I mean, to be fair, I had a Republican on the show yesterday, Steve, who was saying, actually, you know, what matters isn't how you perform in the debate, it's how you perform in the Oval Office.
Oh, I agree 100%. And that's why the inflation rates that are making it hard for Americans to buy groceries, the gas prices we pay because of Joe Biden's anti-energy policies, the debacle that we saw with the withdrawal in Afghanistan, the foreign policy disasters, the borders that are killing Americans with illegals coming in and raping and killing people. And by the way, unlike what Joe Biden said during the debate, the illegals that are coming in aren't raping the women by their sisters. I mean, the guy actually defended abortion by saying you have to have abortion on demand because of women getting raped and getting pregnant by their sisters. Again, the incoherent Biden is as bad as his incoherent policies.
But, I mean, most people have noted as well that even President Trump wasn't at his best in that debate. He looked uncomfortable. He wasn't the fiery sort of full-on president that we've been used to up until now. So maybe he's showing his age as well.
No, I think this was the calm 2.0 Donald Trump. And I think that Donald Trump didn't do a great debate. It's this that Biden was so bad that Donald Trump being able to string sentences together and speak calmly looked like a big winner. His staff is already saying in the next debate, there were a lot of things he missed that he didn't do as well. But I was hopeful that Donald Trump would not take the bait and get provoked by the moderators or by Joe Biden. And because he did stay calm, I think that that was a big win for him. Now, I think the lack of an audience probably helped Donald Trump not be the blustery responding Donald Trump. So again, that was the setup that Joe Biden put in place. And then the side-by-side pictures of them during the debate, we got to see both of them side by side. Those pictures did not do well for Joe Biden, and those pictures won't leave American voters' minds very quickly.
OK, Steve Gill, good to see you. Thank you.
Guys.
Well, from politics on one side of the pond to our side of the pond, last night the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage insisted that footage showing racist comments made by a campaigner was a set-up.
Yeah, Andrew Parker was seen making a series of offensive remarks about Rishi Sunak. He's apologised, but insists he was goaded into making them.
Well, Rishi Sunak condemned the racial slurs made against him and said it was part of a broader pattern of behaviour.
Let's talk to senior political analyst at the Orthodox Conservatives, David Moore. David, what do you make of all of this claim from Nigel Farage? And we've seen sort of what this is based on. It's all sort of doing the rounds on the internet, that this man was, in effect, an actor being paid to do a job.
So firstly, these were abhorrent and horrible comments, but we must understand that in this Channel 4 documentary, obviously there's stuff that has come to light, whether this person is indeed an actor. Indeed, he is an actor online, if that's the same person, and if so, was this a stitch-up? Now, you know, we have seen a record of a number of Reform candidates who have said some pretty horrible things. However, you know, Nigel has, you know, the Derbyshire Dales Reform candidate who's been struck off, action had been taken there. Now, I don't think Nigel is a racist. I think Nigel is certainly opposite of that, and he did a lot of work to drive out the BNP earlier. I think this person, if true, if that is a stitch-up, is very poor behaviour from Channel 4. Because when you look at the video, it does seem at times that this is kind of almost a bit scripted. So more investigation has to happen on this, because quite frankly, you know, Channel 4, they have been doing this before against right-leaning and conservative candidates, trying to stitch them up. So, you know, I think we need to find out a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, but even if it was scripted, even if he was goaded, it's still totally inexcusable, isn't it? He shouldn't have said those things.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the thing is, why on earth was he allowed to canvass for them and wear the rosette as well is the other big question. So I think there's more to it, and we really need to kind of get a full investigation into it.
It has to be said, though, I mean, we were saying this yesterday, this has been slapped down very, very quickly by Nigel Farage and his team. And we do know, because Reform is very new in that sense, that it doesn't have that sort of structure in place to do the vetting that other parties are able to do.
Well, this is the thing, you know, as someone who, you know, has applied for the list before within the Conservative Party, you know, there's such thorough vetting that goes on these days. But because of a snap election, you have a situation where they recruit so many candidates. But what's happened in this election is a lot of Reform candidates compared to other parties, especially compared to other parties like the Conservatives we've seen, have made the most, you know, comments spanning from, you know, Putin is our friend, to other comments regarding about, you know, having low IQ of some of the other ethnicities. So, you know, there have been some quite, you know, pretty awful comments made. You know, I understand when you're selecting over 600 people for parliamentary seats, you know, in a matter of weeks, it is a quick process. But let's be honest, you know, a quick vetting process is not hard. Equally, what I would also like to say is, you know, we don't want politicians and statesmen to be completely moulded into a certain way to the point where their past has to be squeaky clean, to the point where, you know, they have to have no, like, prior experience in other areas. We need to have talent, especially on the right, whether it be the Conservatives or Reform. But equally, we do not need to have bigots in our political world. And it's very, very easy because there's lots of people that want to get on and apply for parliamentary seats who are decent people, regardless of whether they're Reform or Conservative.
Or Labour or Lib Dem or Green.
Or all of the other above, yes. Indeed, just to be fair.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, David, yeah, thanks very much indeed. Responding to Mr Farage's claims of a stitch-up, a spokesperson for Channel 4 said, "We strongly stand by our rigorous and duly impartial journalism, which speaks for itself. We met Mr Parker for the first time at Reform UK's headquarters, where he was a Reform Party canvasser."
We did not pay the Reform UK canvasser or anyone else in this report. Mr Parker was not known to Channel 4 News and was filmed covertly via the undercover operation.
Well, the candidates for the Clacton constituency are Jovan Owusu-De Paul for the Labour Party, Giles Watling for the Conservatives, Matthew Bensalem for the Lib Dems, Nigel Farage for Reform UK, Natasha Osborne for the Greens, Craig Jameson for the Climate Party, Tony Mack, Independent, Tassos Papanastasiou for the Heritage Party and Andrew Pemberton for UKIP.
who have had more name checks on television and on the radio than absolutely anybody else in the entire election.
I know we'd normally split that, but I thought I'd keep going because of Mr. Papadopoulos.
Because I've noticed that you've more or less mastered that over the last few days. Yeah, whereas I'd still be struggling with that name.
Oh.
But and you wonder whether or not what's happened, however it happened, has tainted Reform UK's election campaign.
Well, it's not a good look. However, I mean, I keep saying that because what always causes controversy within politics, never mind an election, is when something happens and people don't apologise. It's a bit like with the betting thing, and obviously Rishi Sunak didn't remove Conservative support from
He didn't move fast enough, did he?
Whereas in Labour's case, it acted very quickly. In this controversy, Nigel Farage responded very quickly. And so what else can you do?
Well, I know they can't do anything else, but I think I was speaking to somebody last night who said that for the first time in their life they would actually think of not voting Conservative and perhaps looking at Reform.
Right.
And you just wonder whether the swing voters, people who are just sort of tempted, might think, oh, if that's the sort of party or if that's the sort of people who are in that party, maybe not. It's a dangerous one for them, isn't it?
It is dangerous.
But, you know, anything can happen, as we keep saying, in the run-up to an election. And there are only, 5 days to go now? Wow.
Yes.
It is scary, very scary.
Next week it'll all be over.
I know, it will, gosh. And what sort of political landscape will we be looking at? Will it go the way the pollsters say? I wonder.
It's going to be interesting. Right, a new portrait, well, I think it's a photograph,
actually, It is a photograph, yeah.
Of His Majesty the King has been released to mark Armed Forces Day.
Oh, I see, I rather like that one, because it's very colourful.
I do like it.
The green and the red and the blue and all the regalia. I really like it.
I'm never that keen on photographs rather than actual artwork.
But that's a photograph that looks a bit like a painted portrait. Anyway, it's a day today, Armed Forces Day, that aims to encourage the public to show support for all servicemen and women and the contributions, of course, that they've made to our country.
Let's talk to former British Army spokesperson Major Mike Shearer. Mike, good to see you this morning.
Hi, team. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
It is important to mark this, isn't it? And in a sense, it's not had the sort of prevalence that we're starting to see now. We are respecting our armed forces a bit more, aren't we?
I think so. I mean, this started off in 2006 as a Veterans Day, a veterans event. And if I recall correctly, I was working from the American Embassy in Baghdad in 2008 when I heard the then Chief of the General Staff say, we're going to now have an Armed Forces Day. And I must confess to feeling somewhat uneasy with the idea. It was almost like we were asking the people of the United Kingdom to come and adulate the armed forces. And I personally felt a little uneasy with it. But actually, I was wrong. It has developed into a great day of mutual respect. You know, the military generally get out in their military towns. They'll march around for a bit. And it's basically a salute from the military to the general public. And then in the afternoons, it turns around and the general public run events all over the country, basically to say a thank you to the armed forces who put their lives at danger. Often we live in a very difficult time. Right now, we've got the illegal invasion from Russia into Ukraine. We've got China not playing very fair with the Hong Kongese. We've got China rattling its saber at Taiwan. And, you know, the British armed forces, who are often involved in frontline events when it comes to hostilities, rightly, I think, deserve a little bit of a nod from the general public in a relaxed way. And I think we do it very well.
I mean, it's lovely to have a day where we do get a bit of marching around and a bit of pomp and ceremony, maybe. But shouldn't every day be Armed Forces Day? Don't you think we as a culture ought to be a bit more American about it and thank people for their service and be proud of the fact that we have young men and women in the armed forces?
Well, look, it is great to even have one day where there is time set aside for that. I don't know that we are at the same level as the United States in the way in which they speak and acknowledge their armed forces. And I just don't think the British are of that type. Whilst we're very good at pageantry and putting our flags up and waving them when we need to, we're not necessarily a flag-waving nation. And that simply comes down to confidence, I think. So I think we're probably hitting it right. And as we go forward, you know, if something a little more substantive can be shown from the institutions of governments, or our government, I should say, to the armed forces, that would be great. But I think the people generally get it right.
OK, fair point. Fair point. Major Mike Shearer, good to see you this morning. Thank you.
And by the way, can I just say that I haven't developed a nervous twitch. There's a very irritating fly, and it's coming right bang for me.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do except wave it away. So if I do that, please understand. I'll get it during the break.
Oh, she
I'll
will.
get it.
She will. She will. Right, let's see what the weather's going to do. Here's Aidan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere. There will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving, in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the Central Belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than a few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the west coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, it's time for a new Great British giveaway, and this is a big one. It's a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash.
Keeps going up, doesn't it? It's our biggest prize to date. Here's how you could win it.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text CASH to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, best of luck. £30,000. That'd be nice.
That'd be very nice, wouldn't it, for the summer?
Right, still to come. A new clue in the search for Jay Slater. We'll tell you more in just a minute.
Congratulations to the GB News winners at this year's Trick Awards.
And the winner of Interview of the Year is... Alistair Stewart reveals his heartbreaking diagnosis to Camilla Tormini.
And the winner is GB News Breakfast. And the winner is Nigel Farage.
And thank you to you, our GB News viewers and listeners, for making us the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On election night, we are throwing a party.
The GB News Election Night Watch Party will be live from Essex and you are all invited.
On air from 10 o'clock, we'll have familiar faces from across the channel, entertainment and lots more stuff as we keep our eye on all the results as they come flying in.
If you want to join our live Election Night Watch Party audience, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/election party.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Jubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
As time passes,
She could have said Storm. You made my argument for me.
My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
.25, good morning to you. Now, Jay Slater's best friend has claimed he saw him slipping on rocks during a video call on the day he vanished in Tenerife.
And police are now calling for specialist volunteers to take part in a new large-scale search, as, of course, that search enters its 13th day.
Let's talk to the former head of Lambeth Missing Persons Unit, Mike Neville. Good to see you again, Mike. What do you make of this new claim that's been put forward?
Well, it's I've got to say it continues the view of the Spanish police that he actually got lost and has gone missing. There's been all sorts of speculation that there was some kind of drugs involvement in this or a kidnap. And of course, the police will look at every single lead. But what we have here now is another friend coming forward, seemingly with no ulterior motive, to say, look, I had a video call, I could see his feet, he was sliding down some rocks. Why it's taken so long for him to come forward, I don't know. But obviously this just gives more credence to the theory that he was on his own and some kind of accidents happened. And of course, at 10 o'clock UK time, the Spanish police are launching an even more a larger search, as you've indicated. So I think the Spanish police are sticking with their original theory. No doubt they're looking into every other possibility, but this seems to be what they think has happened to Jay.
Yeah, I mean, there's an awful lot of fevered speculation now in the press, and some serious investigative reporters have been out there looking at the sort of drugs angle, and did he mix in with the wrong people? Did he become a victim, or did he try to do something himself and end up running from them? We simply don't know. But at the same time, the police are still launching this massive, massive manhunt. So we don't really know whether they're looking inward or outward, but clearly money is still being spent in vast amounts now on a search that if he really did just go missing, 13 days on, he can't be alive, can he?
Yeah, and I think that's probably right, unless he's fallen in with some kind of hermit or something like that. We can only hope and pray for his parents and family that he's still alive, but it would seem, of course, very unlikely, because the clothing he was wearing is neither suited to a very hot day or a very cold night. And the terrain that we see there, you know, there's so many hidden places, not only behind rocks in caves, but also in vegetation, trees and the like. So this is why they're calling on volunteers. And of course, the whole island's tourism, that's what dominates their economy. So at the highest levels of the government there, they'll want a conclusion to this to show that people are safe on the island, and that the police will do everything in their power to try and find anybody who's gone missing. But I'm just looking at the images you're showing, it's the vastness of the place, and this is why I think the Spanish police are really thinking we've got to do something now. Get as many volunteers as possible and try and bring this to some conclusion. And at least whatever happens, let's hope there's some kind of ending for the parents. But as I've said, I think the Spanish police are really sticking with the idea that he went missing by accident. But of course, they'll be looking at every other possibility as well.
OK, Mike, thanks very much indeed. You can only hope they find him one way or another in all of this, just for the sake of the family.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know...
But still, I mean, the rumours and the theories and, you know, the armchair sleuths, the internet sleuths, as they're calling them, are coming up with so many wild ideas. But some of which, as I say, you know, there's quite a few of the newspapers today, they've sent serious investigative reporters over there, and something is very strange.
It doesn't seem quite right, does it? But it's
It's
that fine line between having to examine all possibilities, but also sort of stringing out false hope as well. And I don't know how you find a balance with that in this sort of case. But still, never say never, do you, until he's found.
It's exactly 6:30. Shall we catch up with the sport? Because Aidan has joined us. Hi, Aidan.
Good morning to you both.
It's a busy day today, isn't it?
It is indeed. We've got, well, the Euros resumes today at last 16 level. We'll look at some of the games in a minute, but I want to focus on Anthony Gordon just for now. It's usually an inkling...
Oh, Wally.
I know. It's usually an inkling that when the FA puts someone up for interview, it's probably a telltale that they're going to play, they're going to be involved.
Yeah.
So he's had a really excellent second half of the season with Newcastle. He looks as if he could solve some of the conundrums facing Gareth Southgate at the moment, but there was some worry just a couple of days ago when some pictures surfaced of him with some quite severe grazes on the upper half of his body. In fact, as you'll see in a minute when you hear him speak, when we see him speak on the grab, he's the grazes extend down to his arm, but this is how he explained what happened with his biking accident. Let's have a listen now.
Meant to be a recovery bike ride. It was a lovely day and I was going down a hill. I tried to take a quick video for my family, just to show them what I was doing. And then before I knew it, I was face first into the floor. Because I was on my phone, I actually didn't know I was falling off until I hit the floor. Because I was just focused on my phone. And like I said, went chin first. I think the moral of that story is we probably spend too much time on our phones these days. So just enjoy the moments instead of going on your phone.
Wise words.
Well,
wise words. Yeah, exactly.
Understatement.
Well, the strap was in the way, unfortunately, on the screen, but there was some quite heavy grazing on his wrists as well, and you wonder how far that has to spread for it to be, a game-threatening injury, if you like. But we think he'll be involved tomorrow.
He's smiling about it.
Yes, he is, exactly. And he said he'll do a bike celebration afterwards if he scores. And I've suggested, or one of the papers suggested, it could be breakdancing. as in break dancing, you know, with
Oh,
the bike.
no, give over.
Yeah, he said because he was riding a bike and the brake was on the wrong side or something,
Yes.
not the English side, as it were.
Yes.
But he should make a road safety video or something,
Yeah,
saying,
should,
look what happened to me.
He'll be called up after
Yeah.
the tournament, I'm sure, for that.
Yeah.
But lots of problems facing Gareth Southgate on the pitch. But yeah, later today we've got I think at 5 o'clock we've got Switzerland versus Italy, a bit of an Alps derby there, and then Germany against Denmark. What's significant about Switzerland against Italy is that if England get through tomorrow against Slovakia, the winner of that game will be England's opponents in the quarter-finals. Germany v Denmark is a replay of the Euro '92. Although Denmark are a very competent side and got a 1-1 draw against England, I think they'll probably prevail in that one. Germany, that is.
In terms of all this negative press around England, and look, I think it's understandable, frankly, but Ben Stokes, the cricket captain's not happy about it.
Yeah, he's weighed in with that. In fact, before we go on, let's listen to hear exactly what he said, and we'll analyse it after.
Unfortunately, it's just the way that sort of, I guess, the English mentality is, you know, their team gets through to a knockout stages and we're getting a load of grief. So, interesting, yeah. I mean, I know what it's like. But I guess that comes from expectation and everyone wanting their team to do well. But yeah, let's just believe, eh?
I just think that's a bit odd, really, and a bit unfair on everyone who's watching and can see they're not playing as a cohesive side.
Exactly. Look, I get that when you're in that environment and you hear all that negativity and the noise coming in, and you know you are effectively winning. You know, I know England haven't won all 3 matches, but they did get through to the next round. They topped the group. It probably can be frustrating, but I mean, looking at certainly the third performance, Anne, the other day, I think that all England did, in reality, was prove Gary Lineker right. I mean, they looked quite listless apart from the last 20 minutes. In the first game against Serbia, they tailed away after the first half an hour. And in the middle game against Denmark, they didn't play well at all, notwithstanding the first sort of 15 minutes or so. So I do get it from both sides, but, you know, that is elite-level sport. You have to deal with the pressure. England have not won a tournament since 1966. It's inevitable that pressure builds up. And you know what? It's the same for other countries. Italy face enormous pressure from their media to get results. And that's a team that's won the World Cup and the Euros a few times in the last few years, as is the case with Brazil, Germany, France, etc. They still get pressure from their media. It's not alien just to the England side, but it's the biggest gig in town. There's nothing like playing for the England side. Sam Allardyce said to me years ago, he said, the first time I go into it, I mean, he only managed one England game, actually, as we know, but he said, going in there, he said, the problem's in the players' heads. And that's why they miss penalties, because of the pressure. So we have to find a coping mechanism to deal with that. But the noise is never going to go away. It's born of expectation, as Ben Stokes, to be fair, actually said himself.
1966 gets further and further away,
I know it does.
it?
I know. I went to the 50th anniversary a few years ago, so... Yeah, what's that coming up to? Nearly, it's 58.
Isn't there any one member of that winning team?
Yes, Jeff Hurst. He's the only England player who's actually won anything with England who's still alive.
Wow.
Frightening, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And of course, there's Wimbledon starting on Monday.
Yeah, I want to focus on the home hopes, if you like. Jack Draper is in decent form. He's the only one showing any decent form right now. Andy Murray is going to. They've given him quite a kind draw because he's not on until Tuesday afternoon. So that means that
he's got an extra day to recover.
Yes, he has. He's going to be up against Thomas Makach if he's able to compete. But they're allowing him. I'm not sure if this happens in other slams. It helps that it's Wimbledon, but they're allowing him as late as possible to decide if he's fit or not. In terms of Emma Raducanu, it's time she showed up to a major tournament. It's coming up for 3 years now since she won the US Open, which in spectacular fashion, a qualifier, didn't even drop a set. I've never seen a performance like that from a young sports person in my lifetime, I have to say. But she's done the sum total of nothing since then. Injuries, personnel changes with her coaching staff. It's time she came good, though, Anne, because we've been making excuses for her for far too long.
That's harsh.
Well, it is, but it's 3 years. It's 3 years. You've got to produce. You have to produce, Stephen. It's as simple as that. And yes, there will be reasons, but 3 years is too long. And she's won 6 matches in her life on home soil. 2 of those were in the last 2 weeks in Nottingham and in Eastbourne. So she has to do something. The injury worries are said to be out of the way. She's given an interview this week with one of the broadsheets saying that she's happy and she's focused and she has balance in her life. And we'll see if it comes to pass.
The pressure must be awful. And then, of course, Djokovic, but he is playing now.
Yeah, he is going to play. He's fit. He feels well. Don't write him off, of course. He's a serial winner of this tournament.
Yeah.
And Alcaraz is the defending champion. He's the one I think now will go on and become if we're talking about changing of the guard, it's almost like 4 out, 1 in, isn't it? But I think he's the one who's going to not necessarily dominate, but I think he'll be the eminent star of the next 10 years if I was going to put my money on anybody.
Wait.
Just on a more serious matter, Kevin Sinfield.
Yes.
We know he's been given leave so he can fly home from New Zealand for Rob Burrows' funeral. What struck me about this, I have to be honest, is Rob Burrows' funeral's not till next weekend.
That's right.
It's a long time.
I know.
It's a long time for the family.
Yes, it is. It is. It's been drawn out a bit, but Kevin Sinfield is the fellow who's, you know, who's been alongside him and has kind of nursed him through the worst effects of the ordeal over the last couple of years.
It is a long time. And I just think with these, when there is a long wait for a funeral, it just makes it even harder for the family.
Yes, it does. It does. But he's thanked. Kevin Sinfield was the skills coach for England Rugby Union, although his discipline was historically rugby league. But he's given thanks to Steve Borthwick, the England coach, for releasing him for that, because it means he'll be absent from England duty for a period of time. But it's obviously something he feels he has to attend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. Needs to be done, though. It needs to be done.
Yeah, it's part of the ritual process, isn't it? It gives some sense of closure.
It's that weird thing. You never want to sort of do it, do you? But you do.
But you need to do it. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, look, Aidan, thank you. We'll see you in a bit later on.
Yeah, and still to come, we've got all the papers with Fraser Myers and Emma Wolfe, and quite a lot of time to go through them too, which is nice. You're watching GB News Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
So there was a calf that was run down by a Surrey police car. It's now being nursed back to health, according to the family who own the farm that the calf escaped from.
Well, he didn't just run him over once, he ran him over twice.
No, we're not showing you the footage. The footage is really shocking. But the police officer who was driving this vehicle has now been taken off frontline duties until a full investigation is completed. And I feel like I'm yet again the only person in the country who thinks the police officer was just doing his job. That police officer, probably a young guy who's got dual carriageways left, right and centre in that area. Do you know what the most popular business is in that area in Feltham?
Farming.
McDonald's drive-through. It's got a queue round the block any time you go around that area. And all those people queuing for McDonald's who are now outraged that this poor cow had to die.
Because it's going to be at McDonald's at some point.
At some point he was going to die. I'm really sorry. If you eat meat, you can't be upset by a cow dying. I think the fast roads with cars at 10 o'clock at night in the dark, they're not expecting a cow to walk out in the middle of the night. There would have been a massive pile-up. Then there'd been, like, who knows how many people dead. And then the police would have been criticised for not neutralising the threat.
The thing is, it was because he did... why... You could see the first time, the calf could barely stand up. I just don't get why I had to then go and do it a second time.
Well, I suppose at that point it's a bit like if you run over like a deer on the side of the road, you know, and if the police they're going to kill the animal to put it out of its misery. That's all I can presume. And the guy's not trained. This is Feltham. It isn't Texas. He's not going to come out with a lasso. He doesn't know what to do.
Where did this happen, Feltham?
Feltham. I'm sure the inbox is now going to be full of people saying, "Bev, you're outrageous. You lack compassion."
No, there will be people who agree with you. But if it had been done once, that was enough. But I don't think it needed to do it the second time.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it? Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained. I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hey! This election night, we're putting on a party.
And you are invited.
We'll be here with you.
Following all the twists and turns.
As well as all the live reaction from our election night watch party.
With our GB News lineup.
And as morning breaks, we'll be here with breakfast from 6 a.m.
As it becomes clear who the winners and the losers really are.
Vote 2024.
Thursday, the 4th of July.
Only on GB News.
Britain's election channel.
It's 6:41. Let's have a look at some of the front pages for you this morning. And the Telegraph has President Biden being given a week to stand down.
The Guardian leads with his very shaky TV debate, sparking calls to quit the presidential race.
The Times has Kemi Badenoch saying voters must see through Farage's act.
The Daily Mail leads with Boris Johnson telling the public that Britain can still swerve Starmageddon.
The Express has Rishi Sunak talking about his hurt and anger at his daughters hearing racist slurs after that Reform UK campaigners issue.
So lots to talk about. I mean, we said the election was boring, but my goodness. We've got writer and journalist Emma Wolfe and deputy editor of Spite, Fraser Myers, looking through the papers for us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Right, let's start with what Rishi Sunak has been saying, Fraser. It's the Daily Express's front page. And you could see in the television interview with him yesterday how hurt and angry he really was.
Yeah, and he has every right to be, because these comments were absolutely deplorable. We can't even repeat them here because they're so offensive, so racist, so the kind of language that, you know, belongs in the 1970s or even further back in the past, which you just don't expect to hear nowadays in modern politics. I think Reform initially, I think, did the right thing and just outright condemned the language, said this man is not going to be canvassing for us anymore. But I think now they're trying to say that the story is somehow fake, that Channel 4 has fitted them up. I just think this is really the wrong way to go with an incident like this. You know, acknowledge the mistake, get rid of this person, don't have anything to do with him, don't try and pretend that, you know, nothing happened.
There are questions, though, about this character.
I was going to say, it is difficult when you have a lot of people, especially around Reform, you have seen a lot of people, especially online, kind of taking the badge, and you're not sure whether they're candidates, canvassers, whether they're just supporters, whether they're activists. And I think Reform initially, as you say, you know, totally unacceptable, this is nothing to do with us kind of thing. But I think there are legitimate questions around whether this guy is actually affiliated in any official way, whether he's literally pretending, whether they... And we also have to acknowledge that Reform are hounded, they are kind of scrutinised in a way that other parties are not. So that is part of it.
Oh, I agree with that, absolutely. And I think, you know, there have been lots of stories that haven't quite reached this level of attention. I mean, there were more than 20 Green Party candidates, not canvassers, candidates, have been accused of making anti-Semitic comments. That has kind of gone under the radar. And actually, interesting, I mean, again, you know, as I don't want to downplay the language of this canvasser, but it is strange how this has become a story, because he is only an activist.
Yeah.
Reform candidates have said worse things, or maybe not the worst things, but they've said pretty bad things, and they're standing to be in office. So, you know, they deserve scrutiny.
I think you're quite right, and loads of people have got in touch about this, because there are questions that do need to be looked at as to who this individual is.
Exactly.
But as you say, it might have done Nigel Farage better to condemn it and say nothing, because what it does now is it stretches it out.
Exactly. You know, you deal with the story, you move on. That's the, you know, with a scandal like this, you don't want to be.
But if it's a setup, we should know.
Well, we should, but I think I find that doubtful. And GB News' Charlie Peters contacted this gentleman, you know, because there's a suggestion that he's an actor, and he says, well, I do some acting work on the side, but, you know, I'm a Reform supporter. In the Channel 4 video, he claimed that he had, you know, spoken to Nigel Farage, but that sounds like boasting, to be honest. That's the kind of thing you would say in those circumstances. Look, we don't know about this gentleman, but I just think it's going down the wrong track to say we've been completely set up or we've been completely fixed up. Just deal with it, forget it, move on. That's
tricky.
The way to approach
it is tricky when literally anyone can slap your rosette on and look like they're a candidate, effectively. I mean, to the outside world, OK, we get maybe the nuance between candidate, activist, canvasser, whatever. Actually, if you put on a rosette and start pouncing around saying awful things, really appalling things...
It shows how vulnerable you are as a party,
as a party, and a new party as well, because they are looking to recruit, you know. You know, I was asked, loads of people were asked, will you stand, will you, you know, and they need to recruit loads of candidates. They don't have the kind of, the sort of, I guess, the history or the backlog that all the other parties have.
And I think you could find scandals if you did similar things to other parties as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think you could.
As you say, anyone can slap on a candidate and go and find the nearest TV camera and say something horrific.
Yeah.
Whether you do it deliberately or not that's the question. But right, Emma, let's have a look at the Telegraph, should we?
Must we?
This is... I want to hold my head in my hands with this, because Joe Biden, it says here, he's been given a week to stand down. He says he's going to fight on. It just doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem fair, actually.
I think lots of us have known that Joe Biden was not in a great place for a while. Everybody's been saying that. But really, this head-to-head debate on the CNN debate on Thursday evening has kind of, I think, brought it to a head. I mean, from the outset, he was really lost. He was very doddery. Even walking in, he didn't seem to know where the studio audience was. The Telegraph have been fairly nice to him. They're saying he's given 1 week to stand down. Another congressman said he has 1 week to prove he is not dead. But the Daily Mail call it 90 car crash minutes. They said it was excruciating. He had a mauling. It was a horror show. I mean, he fluffed his lines. He repeatedly froze. He just seems as though, whether this is the early stages of dementia or whatever we call it, he's not in a state to run for the second bid for the presidency.
Well, is anyone at 81... Well, no, there are a few exceptions, but most people at 81...
No, I can think of loads of 81-years-olds who are absolutely fine. I mean, look at Trump. OK, he didn't give the best performance.
No, he didn't.
And there's, 3 years between them, so he's about 3 years younger. Younger?
Yeah, he's 78.
Yeah. But I think there are plenty of 81-year-olds who are absolutely fine. I think this is really different.
Yeah, but it's funny that you saw Biden last night at a rally in... Where was it?
North Carolina.
Carolina, yeah. Obviously, he had... autocue, what do they call it when it's public speaking?
Yeah, teleprompter.
Teleprompter, yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously it was a friendly audience.
Yeah.
He was magic.
He said, I know, yeah, and that was later on. He said, I know I'm not a young man, I don't debate as well as I used to, but I give you my word, blah, 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 I can do this job, all of that. Yeah, I know, but I think the longer they leave this, so lots of them are now saying, look, in August at the convention, he needs to stand down, but that then only leaves them a few months.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's been a month, a few months.
If they got the right candidate...
Now, and they'd have some time.
It might just actually give them a bit of a boost.
Well, this Governor Newsom, who is the governor of California at the moment, and he's sort of Mr. Perfect, lovely, very good-looking man, family man, and they put him apparently in the centre of the front row in the debate, and then in the spin room afterwards, he was the one who was giving all the interviews, and he's a very attractive man.
But there's a big downside to him.
Well, yes, his first wife is now engaged to Donald Trump Jr.
It's what's her face who did. She's a TV personality. I can't remember, Kimberly something or other, and she's very bombastic. Put it that way.
Is that a problem?
Who knows?
I think it would be.
It would make it personal, wouldn't it?
I think Joe Biden's state is more of a problem, to be honest. But
I think the biggest... I mean, it was mentioned yesterday in the papers about saying, well, I think someone said, I think it'd be Michelle Obama. Well, I think Michelle Obama would be the perfect candidate, but she's always said she'd never do it.
Yeah, and there's no way she'd be ready now anyway. But she doesn't want to.
And it's also interesting how absolutely no one is considering the Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Yes.
No one thinks that she is fit to be president. I mean, sometimes she can sound as convoluted and as distracted as Joe Biden, even though she's perfectly fit and healthy. And that, I think, is telling. You know, so the Democratic Party is foisting two candidates, not just one candidate on the public that clearly behind the scenes they think are unfit for office. And, you know, one of the things about, you know, Joe Biden's health is that we all feel sorry for him and we want him to, please retire, Joe.
Yeah, enjoy your retirement.
Enjoy the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Because he's, you know, by all accounts, a nice chap. But who is keeping him there? Why can't the party elites sort this out? And why did they keep gaslighting the public about the state of his health? Because it was only a week ago when his press secretary was saying, you know, talking about these sort of footage that showed him looking a bit doddery, saying, well, it's all fake, it's all maliciously edited, it's a Republican hit job. And I'm afraid we've all now seen the truth.
Actually, they need to take responsibility now, don't they? That they could be enabling a Donald Trump presidency.
Of course.
By their negligence.
And I think, you know, and you saw his wife the other evening, literally almost treating him like a child. I felt genuinely sad for her and for him. It does feel kind of cruel because he looked so confused about what's going on.
Yeah. And as you say, you know, he had this good rally yesterday, and previously the State of the Union was the other thing people pointed to. He gave this really fired up speech, and I think, well, you know, when there were questions about his frailty, he seemed to answer his critics with that speech. But when things are so hit and miss in this way, when you just don't know whether he's going to be in control of his faculties from one day to the next.
And it's a punishing job.
And there have been reports as well in private of him struggling to deal with having conversations about Ukraine and not being able to... This is... we shouldn't forget, he's also the current president. You know, he's running the country. It's not just about the next 4 years.
We're down to about a minute and a half, Emma, and I need some work doing on these trousers I'm wearing,
they're a bit. Do they need a bit of alteration?
They need re-hemming.
Are they from M&S?
Well, I was going to say, I don't just need re-hemming, I need M&S re-hemming.
You need M&S re-hemming. I think this is a lovely story. M&S are going to be offering a repair service for the first time in their 140-year history. They're going to introduce alterations and repairs online, so you have to do it online. Repairs start from about a £5, and it will take about 10 days, and it's part of their kind of sustainability thing. But I think this is great, because say you have a suit that you really love, you don't actually just want another suit. Even if you put aside the sustainability and the recycling idea and the upcycling idea, which is great, also, when you love something, when you really like it, or a dress that is perfect, but you've lost weight or you've gained weight or whatever, you just want it altered. You want that one.
Does it have to be an M&S?
No, I don't think it does, and it's with a partner. It's Sojo, they're called. So it's sort of M&S by Sojo, but it means that you can actually wear the things that you love, but you can get them fixed rather than fast fashion buying something else.
But it should be the case that when you go and buy something, I mean, I certainly need suits altering.
Yeah.
I mean, I know ladies often need dresses altering. You should be able to say, right, I'll buy this dress, but you need to pin it and send it off.
Exactly, which is a great part of the service. So I sound like I work for M&S now. But I think this is kind of the future, and people don't want to be buying this fast fashion where something costs a tenner and then it ends up in landfill after being worn once. It's just so wasteful.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The idea of sending things off through the website and then will it come back and all of that is kind of a bit tricky. It'd be nicer if you could just pop it into the store, but
it would.
I'm sure it would. I'm sure it'll work.
But it's better than nothing.
I think it's a good idea. Exactly as you say, if people like their clothes and want to keep them, that's great. Although I would defend fast fashion, because I think it's great that people can buy clothes cheaply, change their style all the time. You know, the masses get to be fashionable. That's a good thing. I mean, I'm slightly worried that there is a coercive side to the sort of sustainability stuff. Sadiq Khan produced a report that said we should only buy 3 pairs of clothes a year, and I think that's a bit miserly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We apparently throw away tons of clothes.
Exactly, and it does all end up the trash.
Yes,
I mean, you see these banks where you clothing
that's
down,
a terrible waste.
stuff all over the street.
All right, you two, thanks very much indeed. Here's your weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere, there will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the central belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than a few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the west coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text CASH to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. They catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
On election night, we are throwing a party.
The GB News Election Night Watch Party will be live from Essex and you are all invited.
On air from 10 o'clock, we'll have familiar faces from across the channel, entertainment and lots more stuff as we keep our eye on all the results as they come flying in.
If you want to join our live Election Night Watch Party audience, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/election party. Congratulations to the GB News winners at this year's Trick Awards.
And the winner of Interview of the Year is... Alistair Stewart reveals his heartbreaking diagnosis to Camilla Tormini.
And the winner is GB News Breakfast. And the winner is Nigel Farage.
And thank you to you, our GB News viewers and listeners, for making us the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. Can Joe Biden survive?
The US president promises to stay in the race, despite calls for him to step down following his woeful performance during the debate.
That's as Donald Trump claims Biden didn't know what the hell he was doing during the exchange at a rally in Virginia.
As Biden admits he doesn't debate as well as he used to crowds in North Carolina.
Also today, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage insists footage showing racist comments made by a campaigner was a set-up, as Rishi Sunak condemns the racial slurs made against him.
A new portrait of King Charles in military uniform is unveiled to mark Armed Forces Day, which is today.
Friend of missing teenager Jay Slater says he saw the 19-year-old slipping on rocks during a video call on the day he vanished.
And Dua Lipa hits all the right notes, apparently, at this year's Glastonbury as she headlined the famous Pyramid stage.
It's match day -1 for England at the Euros. We'll have all the build-up to the Three Lions last 16 showdown with Slovakia in Gelsenkirchen. We'll also take a look at the options available for change if Gareth Southgate chooses to do so. We'll also be looking ahead to Wimbledon, which gets underway on Monday.
The brief hot spell many places experienced through the week is now over. What does that mean for the weekend's weather? Will it be a washout or will there still be some sunshine around? I'll have all the details in the forecast coming up soon.
Just gone 7 o'clock. Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. My first day on our new set today.
It is, isn't it? Someone's just said we need to put your chair on bricks.
Yeah,
I noticed.
it's up at its highest, and I'm already sitting on a cushion.
But the reality is, you're not very tall.
And you are very tall.
Well, I'm not. Well, I'm 6'4".
Yeah, no, that's.
But your boys.
See, no,
I bet your boys are taller.
They are tall, yeah. But I'm not sitting on the set next to. These new chairs are lovely.
Oh, they're lovely, and our feet can touch the ground.
Well, yours do. Mine still don't.
Oh, don't they?
Well, because I've got, I've got it at its highest setting. But yeah, I think I need a little plinth to put my chair on.
Oh, an extra plinth.
An extra plinth, please. Yes.
Maybe. It's what you do. You know, we can't be exactly the same height all the time.
Talking of plinths.
Oh, yeah.
I know you don't want to know this, but I am now the proud owner of a new tumble dryer.
Oh, excellent.
And it had to be put on a plinth.
Oh, really?
And instead of getting a man in to do it, because they couldn't do that for another couple of weeks or something, me and my son did it ourselves.
Oh, well done.
We're terribly proud of ourselves.
I bet.
Yeah. But it needed a plinth. And as I was looking at the plinth that we were putting it on, I was thinking, I bet I'm going to need that in the set. And I do. All I need is a big slab of wood.
Yeah.
Don't I?
Yeah, it'll be all right, though. It's lovely, though. This is the set's
It's very nice and it's very bright, very bright. But then that's what you need in the morning, isn't it?
It is. Gets us going when we walk in here.
Yeah, so welcome.
Right, a new portrait. We're starting with this, I'll tell you in a minute, but a new portrait of His Majesty the King has been released to mark Armed Forces Day.
Yeah, and that's the portrait, which we like. It's a photographic portrait, but it's colourful. I rather like that. And, of course, it is for Armed Forces Day, and that, of course, a day to encourage the public to show their support for all servicemen and women and the contributions, of course, they've made to the country.
Well, let's talk to the Shadow Defence Secretary, John Healey, who joins us now. Very good morning. Very nice to see you. Look, I mean, as we mark Armed Forces Day, I mean, the one question which the public will have, and actually quite rightly so, is can we trust Labour with our defence and with our armed forces?
Yes, Britain will be stronger defended with Labour. We will increase defence spending to 2.5%. The last time Britain spent 2.5% of our national income on defence was in 2010 with Labour, and that was when the British Army was still 100,000 strong and morale was at 60%. And Armed Forces Day, in a way, is a chance to set campaigning aside, and it's a day, as you say, to mark the service that those in uniform give to us all. It was something Labour introduced 20 years ago, and it's a chance to celebrate the contribution that everyone makes, from regulars to reservists to cadets and to veterans, and to say, as a nation, thank you. And that's what Keir Starmer and I will be doing together in Aldershot today, a brief respite, if you like, from the campaign trail.
But it isn't enough just to do it on one day, I guess, is it? We need to be a country with a culture that thanks those people every day and looks after them. Are you confident you will be able to do that if you become the next government?
I'm confident we will give a higher priority, and those who serve in our forces will see change. Over the last 14 years, as the previous Defence Secretary said, you know, we've had Conservative governments that have hollowed out and underfunded the armed forces, and the impact on those who serve has seen morale slump to record lows, forces, personnel and families forced to live in damp and mouldy housing, and we must do better for those who serve, and we will. If we get into government and people back us, then we'll legislate in the first year for an independent armed forces commissioner. There'll be a strong independent voice to improve service life. We will fully put the Armed Forces Covenant into law so that those who serve and those who have served will be treated with fairness and respect and get the services and support they need.
What about nuclear deterrent in all of this? Because, I mean, in some respects, it seems strange to be talking about it. But of course, it's not long ago, is it, when Jeremy Corbyn was running for office. Of course, the question of our nuclear deterrent was really concerning for the thought of a Labour government. And we do know there are still people within your party who hold the view that we should scrap our nuclear deterrent, scrap Trident.
Whatever Jeremy Corbyn's views then, the official Labour position was shored up by people like Keir Starmer and I, willing to serve in his shadow cabinet. And since Keir Starmer has become leader, we've made clear our unshakable commitment to the UK deterrent. After all, it was a Labour government after the Second World War under Attlee that first established the deterrent, and NATO at the same time. So we have a proud record on defence. We've also made a commitment to a triple lock on our nuclear deterrent, which the Conservatives haven't. So we will build the 4 new nuclear submarines required. We will undertake all the upgrades required to keep our continuous at-sea deterrent at sea, protecting us all 24/7, and that's the third part of our log.
You said earlier that Armed Forces Day gives you a chance to sort of take a day off campaigning, but you can't afford to stop the campaigning right now, can you? Is there anything particular that Labour is going to rely on today or announce today?
No, we can't. You're right. Keir and I will have coffee with those who are serving and some veterans and their families, and then we'll be back on the campaign trail after that today. And the reason for that is that no way is this election a done deal. And these huge opinion polls hide a very large number of people who have yet to make up their mind. And I think it's disrespectful for them to write off the result. And that's why this weekend and all the way through to Thursday, we will be campaigning hard for every Labour vote.
Just before you go, because we are going to be talking to the Conservatives, I think, later on this hour, on this 2.5% issue, the Tories say that's set in stone, that's in their manifesto. Labour's saying you'll spend 2.5% on defence when funds allow. Well, that's a bit of a hollow promise, isn't it?
Well, first of all, the Conservatives have been saying this for 2 years, but at each stage for 5 budgets and autumn statements, they failed actually to put it into the government finances. So it's in their manifesto. They've had 14 years to put it into their government programme, and they haven't. From Labour's point of view, in our first year, we will conduct a defence review. That's the way that we get to grips both with the threats we face and the capabilities that we need for the future, alongside the true state of our armed forces and the money available when we open the books. And that's the way that we balance, if you like, the imperative for stronger national security with the requirement for sound public finances.
OK, John Healey, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. So we're talking to the Tories a little bit later on. We're talking to Alan Widdecombe from Reform later on as well.
That's right, yes.
So we're getting a full round in today, which is nice. Loads of you getting in touch about Armed Forces Day, and it's quite right that we give it a fair amount of attention. Actually, I think it's so important. I know we don't do what they do in America and thank people for their service and all the rest of it. And I know our guest last hour, former spokesperson for the Army, was saying, well, we're not American, we don't need to go that far.
I think we should push ourselves a little bit more.
I like it.
I like it.
I think we should have...
You see it straight away when you fly to America and you land at the airport. There are all sorts of special messages up for veterans and armed forces.
We have got, though, recently introduced the Veterans Card. My brother-in-law got his only a couple of days ago. And it's... But they should be able to use that more. That should be more of a...
Yes.
And there's a veterans badge you get with it. I mean, people should be encouraged to wear that all the time so they get, frankly, special treatment. Special services, discounts, whatever. Jump the queue at something. I mean, I don't know. But something, some acknowledgement. Put themselves on the line for us. I think that'd be great.
You'll have to go on talking now, because I'm just about to cough again.
Oh, dear.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Well, let's crack on then, should we, for the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Chris Heaton-Harris, who, and it seems rather late, is going to launch the Northern Ireland Conservative Manifesto later on today. Doogie Beattie joins us now. Morning to you, Doogie. It does seem quite late in the day.
Well, it is quite late in the day, and you're totally correct with that. And, 5 days out from polling, why is that? Well, it's because over decades there has always been an agreement with the Tory party. In fact, it is the Conservative and Unionist Party. And if we look at the likes of Enoch Powell, he came out of Great Britain and across to Northern Ireland, this part of the UK, and he stood for the Ulster Unionist Party in South Down. So there has always been that sisterhood, if you like, of parties in Northern Ireland. We had the Ulster Unionists with the Tory parties. We had the Social Democratic and Labour Party, whose sister party, of course, is the Labour Party. And we have the Alliance Party, very, very closely linked with the Lib Dems in Westminster. And now we have the TUV, very, very closely linked with the Reform Party. But the Tory party has always been here in Northern Ireland as a separate identity. In fact, the Conservative Association here was one of those that was having to have those special meetings during the Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak battle, if you remember. Rishi and Liz coming here to talk to those associations. But, you know, they've never had great electoral success here, and that's because of the previous deal that I've been talking about. I think actually in the last MLA election here, I think their poll was 0.03% of the vote. And of course, Chris Heaton-Harris was in charge of Northern Ireland for a long while. So when he puts this manifesto in front of the people in Northern Ireland this morning, well, many of them will be asking, well, those are the wishes that you have for Northern Ireland when you were Secretary of State. Why didn't you go about trying to do exactly that when Stormont had fell and he was very much in charge? So there is questions to be asked like that. But for Northern Ireland, you could actually argue that a lot of the problems in Northern Ireland started back in the 60s and 70s when there was that breakaway from MPs who sit in Westminster also sitting here and being part of that bigger party. And maybe that's something in the future that we should be looking at in Northern Ireland. But for today, it's a very late manifesto launch that will probably do more publicity for the Tories, more good than bad.
OK. Doogie, thanks very much indeed.
Does seem a bit risky, though, doesn't it, coming out so late? Although maybe people are ready for another message.
Yeah, maybe. Right to the States then, where President Biden says he intends to win the election in his first public event since his, well, a pretty big struggle during the televised debate earlier this week. He was speaking at a rally in North Carolina where the Democrats hope to win the state back from Republicans this November.
Yes, in his speech, he claimed that America itself is at stake, and he accused the former US President, Donald Trump, of repeatedly lying and said that he had the morals of an alley cat. Well, after his own shaky performance during the debate, President Biden directly addressed the limits of his old age.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
Well, earlier we spoke to former advisor to the Clinton and Bush administrations, Steve Gill.
On the debate stage is what we're seeing regularly in public Joe Biden. It's what the G7 saw at D-Day when he just kind of wandered off to visit a ghost, and it's the lost and bumbling, rambling Joe Biden that we constantly see, and yet his staff tells us he's sharp as a tack behind the scenes. This guy's not as sharp as one of those curved little scissors like kindergartners use to keep from hurting themselves. What we saw at debate was who he is as president, and that's why the policies aren't working.
Yeah, but, I mean, to be fair, I had a Republican on the show yesterday, Steve, who was saying, actually, you know, what matters isn't how you perform in the debate, it's how you perform in the Oval Office.
Oh, I agree 100%. And that's why the inflation rates that are making it hard for Americans to buy groceries, the gas prices we pay because of Joe Biden's anti-energy policies, the debacle that we saw with the withdrawal in Afghanistan, the foreign policy disasters, the borders that are killing Americans with illegals coming in and raping and killing people. And by the way, unlike what Joe Biden said during the debate, the illegals that are coming in aren't raping the women by their sisters. I mean, the guy actually defended abortion by saying you have to have abortion on demand because of women getting raped and getting pregnant by their sisters. Again, the incoherent Biden is as bad as his incoherent policies.
But I mean, most people have noted as well that even President Trump wasn't at his best in that debate. He looked uncomfortable. He wasn't the fiery sort of full-on president that we've been used to up until now. So maybe he's showing his age as well.
No, I think this was the calm 2.0 Donald Trump. And I think that Donald Trump didn't do a great debate. It's this that Biden was so bad that Donald Trump being able to string sentences together and speak calmly looked like a big winner. His staff is already saying in the next debate there were a lot of things he missed that he didn't do as well. But I was hopeful that Donald Trump would not take the bait and get provoked by the moderators or by Joe Biden.
Well, there you are. I wonder what you thought. I didn't think either of them were very good in that debate.
No, maybe not. Maybe not, but at least Trump could string a sentence together. Which is, I mean, that is the concern. You've got to have two capable candidates, and at the minute it doesn't seem like they do. And I hate to say it, because it seems like you're sort of having a go at someone because they're old. But you can be too old for that job, I think.
Yes, and it is a big job. One of our viewers got in touch and said maybe they'll parachute in Hillary Clinton at the last minute. Oh, I can't see that happening, can you?
No.
I mean, that really would set the cat among the pigeons, but she surely isn't ready either. I mean, she's already lost out to Trump once.
She was very unpopular, actually, as a candidate. Interesting message from Clive, who says about Armed Forces Day, if Labour want a services charter, which is sort of thing John Healey, the Shadow Defence Secretary, was saying to us, does that include housing ex-service personnel before illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Which I think is a very interesting
I think it's a very big point.
Because when you do see, and certainly you see when I drive into London, there are veterans
sleeping on the streets whilst there are illegal migrants in hotels. I mean, that clearly isn't the right way to deal with things.
No. So it's a very, very good point. Right, let's go check on the weather for you with Aidan McGivern.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere. There will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the central belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than the few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the west coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland, into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, should we have a look at our new Great British giveaway, because this is one you won't want to miss. It's a big one. You could win £30,000 in tax-free cash.
It's our biggest prize to date, and here's how you could win it.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
And very good luck indeed. It's worth going for, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Right now, the pop star Dua Lipa wowed fans at Glastonbury. We'll be finding out more after this. You're watching GB News Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Patrick Christie's Tonight. Weekdays from 9 p.m.
The mystery surrounding the disappearance of flight MH370 has perplexed the planet now for 10 years. And now all of a sudden researchers at Cardiff University have piped up and said, oh, we heard a beep. Aerospace engineer, founder of MH370search.com is Richard Godfrey. Richard, are we going to find this thing?
The new research is much more thorough and gone in much more detail. It is picking up acoustic waves under the water. It's not conclusive, but it's a good step forward.
Is this a cover-up job of epic proportions? Do you think something quite sinister happened to this plane? Because it is all very odd.
I think you're right. It is all very odd. It is. We have a lot of data, but we don't have the final analysis, and we won't until we actually find the wreckage. The Indian Ocean is a huge place, 77 million square kilometers. When we find the plane, we can recover the flight data recorder, the cockpit voice recorder. We can learn a lot more.
Do you think someone might have shot it down?
No, the plane flew until it ran out of fuel. The plane was perfectly in working order. There was an active pilot right until the end. So my only theory at the moment is the captain of the plane actually committed a hijack of his own plane. But until we find it, we won't be able to prove that.
We are potentially a step closer now to knowing and to one of the greatest mysteries of recent times anyway, finally being solved. As aerospace engineer there, Richard Godfrey, thank you.
Britain's election channel, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This election night, we're putting on a party.
And you are invited.
We'll be here with you.
Following all the twists and turns.
As well as all the live reaction from our election night watch party.
With our GB News lineup.
And as morning breaks, we'll be here with breakfast from 6 a.m.
As it becomes clear who the winners and the losers really are.
Vote 2024.
Thursday, the 4th of July.
Only on GB News.
Britain's election channel.
I was just trying to tell you what we were talking about.
No, better haven't.
Better not?
No, well, no, probably not.
No. Sorry.
Anyway, look, it's 7:26. Dua Lipa set the bar very high, apparently. Well, There's some controversy, which we'll touch on in a minute.
Yeah.
Anyway, she was at the Glastonbury Festival on the Pyramid stage last night.
Yeah, big deal. Fireworks lit the sky during and after the set, while several costume changes, with the singer describing it as the maddest night of her life, I bet.
Yeah, well, let's head to Glastonbury. Stephanie Tetchy is there for us. Morning, Steph. I mean, look, she's got rave reviews in some respects, but then some of the papers today claiming she was miming last night.
You know what, Stephen, I did spot that at certain moments during the set. I could see that basically the music was playing ahead of Dua Lipa singing. There was a few moments where I thought, oh, that is a bit iffy. It seems like she is miming. But you know what, that doesn't take away from the excellent show she put on last night. I think when Dua Lipa was announced as a headliner for the Pyramid stage, a lot of people were like, is she going to be able to pull it off? And indeed she did. What I thought was really good about her performance is she's just got a catalogue of hits. I think when people hear Dua Lipa, they just think, oh, maybe one or two. But last night, she managed to hold her own for at least 2 hours and a half of all tunes that it seems that the crowds were really loving and singing along to.
Yeah, and as we were saying there, the costume changes and the pyrotechnics and everything. I mean, it's such a show now.
You do. Well, when you're on the Pyramid, it's the most talk about stage at Glastonbury. You know, in Glastonbury here, there's over 105 stages here, but the main one is the Pyramid. So to get that slot is quite a big thing. To be honest, it's one of those career-defining moments, as Dua said last night, that she manifested to play at the Pyramid on a Friday night, because it's the one that people are going to talk about, and you really get to cement your status here at Glastonbury when you do perform on the Pyramid.
Yeah, which raises questions about tonight, doesn't it? Because headline act is Coldplay, but it's the 5th time they've done it.
I know, Stephen, and this is why there was a bit of criticism for Glastonbury this year, because people were saying, can't they bring anybody new? Because Coldplay, 5th time them coming on, performing here at Glastonbury. But the thing is, sometimes, you know what, you have to pick the ones that you know are a safe pair of hands and that people are going to love. Coldplay, there's no doubt in my mind that they would put a foot wrong tonight. So when you get those certified acts that you know will aim to please, it kind of, you know, quietens down the critics. And I'm hoping that they bring out a few surprises, whether it's guest performers or just some nice surprises to their set in general.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Are there any particularly celebrity spottings yet in the crowd or backstage? Just visiting, just taking part, or maybe, you know, waiting to come on themselves?
Well, the thing is, Anne, as well, I think Glastonbury people tend to think it's just music, but there's actually a big art scene here, big film scene here. So you've got actually a couple of film stars like Kate Blanchett, Paul Mescal last night. A lot of film stars have come here for screenings, which is taking place in the Pilton Palais. So they're doing a lot of Q&A. So I think Glastonbury is definitely widening up. But of course, you do see the celebrities backstage in hospitality enjoying like the rest of us.
And at least you've had decent weather so far, Steph. How's life in the tent?
Oh my gosh, it feels like day 3 in Big Brother's house. I've got lovely campmates, which is amazing. Obviously, my leopard print tent is here, but it has been good weather, which I've been quite grateful for. But this morning, I woke up feeling a bit like, I need a jacuzzi or something just to rest my muscles.
Yes, I'm sure it's true of all of them. But the clouds behind you are radiating out from your head. It looks as though you've got some sort of aura.
Oh, I love it, Anne. It's the Glastonbury aura. That's what it is.
You look fabulous for someone who hasn't washed for half a week, Stephanie.
Oh, don't worry. Where there's a will, I will always look fabulous.
We'll see you later on. Thanks, Steph.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
That's the only thing I think about, because I think I'm too old for festivals.
Well, we were both saying that we would only go to Glastonbury if we knew a millionaire who would helicopter us in and out.
In and out, because it's the not washing for 3 or 4 days. Yeah. I can't be doing with a flannel wash in a tent.
No. You want the real thing, don't you? And the luxury of a proper bed at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And you and I would probably be looking at each other saying, oh, it's 8 o'clock in the evening now.
Time to go to bed.
Time to go to bed, yeah. Exactly. You have to be a festival person, don't you, I think?
I think so. Right, we've got all the sport heading your way with Aidan. That's in just a couple of minutes.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
We've been talking about the White House is concerned with playing down concerns about the health of President Biden, who's apparently taken to freezing during public events. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was seen herding the president back into a photo with world leaders after he shuffled aimlessly away from the group. In the last few days, videos and images of the president freezing at a fundraising event went viral, but the White House stated that they were deceptively edited cheap fakes. With me now, again, is my panel, the historian and broadcaster Tessa Dunlop and the associate comment editor of The Telegraph, Mujaz Ahmed. Mujaz, I mean, you are a journalist. What about this idea that in some way the images could be fake?
They could be fake, and some of them will be fake. But the reason these AI images or AI videos or weirdly edited videos are a problem for the White House is that people have seen enough of Biden freezing in real life.
It's not going away, this one. It's perception versus reality, but as Mustafa said, it doesn't matter because it's now become Biden's reality, which is bushfighting, these questions about his ability connected to his age. I don't understand where you go from here. He's got a vice president who isn't presidential material, who I think polls worse than he does, despite these, you would call them ageist. In many ways, it's about his competence, isn't it?
It can make a big difference when the president whose competence, mental competence, is under question, is running on the matter of competence itself. They're trying to paint Trump as being incompetent, as being not presidential, as being unable to lead, while they have a candidate who struggles to get off the stage. Yeah. That's the issue for them. And it's not really about age. He's not much older than Trump, as you say. It's about the appearance of age.
GB News, the People's Channel.
On election night, we are throwing a party.
The GB News Election Night Watch Party will be live from Essex and you are all invited.
On air from 10 o'clock, we'll have familiar faces from across the channel, entertainment and lots more stuff as we keep our eye on all the results as they come flying in.
If you want to join our live Election Night Watch Party audience, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/election party. Congratulations to the GB News winners at this year's Trick Awards.
And the winner of Interview of the Year is... Alistair Stewart reveals his heartbreaking diagnosis to Camilla Tominey.
And the winner is GB News Breakfast. And the winner is Nigel Farage.
And thank you to you, our GB News viewers and listeners, for making us the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, time for all the sports news this morning. Aidan McGee is here. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning to you both.
Right, we better talk about the Euros. What's Alan Shearer been saying?
Well, he's been quite critical throughout the tournament, I would have to say. We had the podcast that he does with Gary Lineker, pouring sort of criticism on England's performances so far, and I think largely they've been borne out. But I think we should look at. I mean, the whole clamour is what changes can he make, because he's got to do something to inject some life. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, you look at that, they could stay in the same formation, and yes, it just could need everybody giving a little bit more or just playing a little bit better. The opponents will play into that as well. But the clamour is for personnel changes. Do we see Harry Kane dropped? I think that's very unlikely.
Even though Luke Shaw is an interesting one because. Look, he is said to be, or a lot of people believe that he is the answer to the problem. He gives you balance on that left-hand side. But goodness me, I can't think of a time at any level of football when somebody is literally coming cold to a big knockout game at a World Cup or a Euros, having not played or even kicked a ball in anger in competitive football since February. That's getting on for 6 months ago. It's one hell of a risk. You know why I think why I think he might do it, Anne? And I think that's because it justifies his decision to bring him to the tournament in the first place. He's going to look quite silly if he doesn't play him at all. Now, England have a long chequered history of bringing injured players
two tournaments, and that's why I think he might give him a go. Now, to be fair, they'll be monitoring him in training, they'll be looking at his numbers, they'll be looking at his GPS statistics, and they'll be wondering whether he will be, or they'll know whether he's in the right condition to play, even if it's only for an hour or so. But they'll be up against a team who are very stubborn. They'll be up against a team who are going to play with a low block. England struggle to break that down. Cole Palmer could be the answer on the right-hand side, just to unlock some of those and ask some probing questions. But I still think you need Harry Kane in the middle there. Jude Bellingham is the latest player, having had an excellent first game. He's the latest player to be under fire. And that just shows the level of pressure you're dealing with here. You can have a bad half of football playing for England and suddenly you're under the microscope. They're the high stakes here, especially as it gets through to the knockout stage. Having said that, this side of the draw, Anne, is very kind to England. If they get it right, the incentive to go to the final is there. And we've got some big games today as well. We've got Switzerland against Italy. The winner of that will play the winner of England versus Slovakia tomorrow. So that'll give an idea of, if England get through, how they're going to line up.
How are we likely to do against Slovakia?
Look, on paper, we should win. Unfortunately, football's played on grass. So...
Oh, very good.
Yes.
So,
practicing that one, haven't you?
I've used it a few times in the past, I must admit. But I have to say, look, it's a huge opportunity. If he doesn't win this game, then I don't know what's going to happen to Gareth Southgate and everybody else. He's going to have to leave the job. It's as simple as that.
Well, the point, he was going to leave anyway, basically, wasn't he?
Well, no, the FA want to keep him. I think he has shown signs in the last couple of years that he might have just had enough.
But the criticism's beginning to grow anyway now,
I think
isn't it?
it is, yeah. I think he's done some great work behind the scenes. I think he's been a good England manager. You have to remember where England were in 2016, and that's after Sam Allardyce took over, obviously left under a cloud. But big friend of the show, of course. But I think that in terms of unifying the players, getting rid of all the cliques in the dressing room, he did a lot to change that.
Should we have a bit of excitement? AJ and Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, so what's been happening is that they normally do a sit-down chat at a desk, a bit like us doing the sport, really. Yeah. And except we don't often descend into fisticuffs, and this is what almost happened yesterday as they were having a chat. It got a little bit heated. Let's take a look at it now and see exactly what happened.
If you want to go now, let's go.
Relax.
If you want to go now,
this chair across your face. Don't disrespect.
No, you can't intimidate me.
Don't disrespect.
You can't intimidate me.
Don't disrespect.
You can't intimidate me.
Daniel, don't disrespect.
Who do you think you are?
Daniel, don't disrespect me. Can't put this face. No, don't disrespect me on my life.
No, man.
It's okay. I want this little boy. Don't disrespect me.
Good. No.
Know who the this guy?
No. We'll do it with me. No.
It's good. Don't take disrespect lightly, Dan.
It's good.
Daniel, don't take disrespect lightly. You know. Don't sit on the table telling me we can go now and do all of this and that. And try to call me out.
Gosh.
See, the cynic in me suggests that it's been a bit staged.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Because they were holding him back a little bit. They weren't working too hard to kind of.
I think it started out staged and then started to get serious.
I know. It's been announced,
That's what it looked like to me.
They're going to fight on September the 21st. And to be fair to Anthony Joshua, Dubois was a tricky opponent. He beat Hrgovic the other week as well, which he wasn't expected to do. He actually put Alexander Usyk on the floor, and some people claim he won that fight back earlier this year. And the problem was that it was deemed to be a below the belt punch, which a lot of people thought that it actually wasn't. Usyk was hurt, and he pretended it was an under the belt blow to try and get out of the fight. But yeah, they're going to meet at Wembley on September 24th, as we touched on yesterday. But if that's an inkling of what we're going to get at Wembley, we're in for some fireworks, that's for sure.
Oh, tension.
It's the relative sizes of the men.
Oh,
I mean, the two guys, but everybody else trying to put themselves in between. That takes a bit of courage.
Frank Warren's well into his 70s. I mean, he knows his way around the ring, I would have thought.
But AJ's about 6'4", isn't he?
No, he's not. He's about 6'6". Well, he's 6'5", yeah. Yeah, heavyweights are getting bigger and bigger now. There's no upper limit on how big a heavyweight can be. Yeah.
Oh, blimey neck. Tell you what, there's just a tension in that. Oh,
I turned up at Joshua's house on Christmas Day once to do a shoot with him, and he answered the door in just his underpants.
Charming.
Yeah.
Oh, he could have got dressed.
A fine figure of a man, I'm sure.
Well, there you go. You'll be turning up, Anne.
Please.
Happy Christmas. Right, enough of that. Get off. We've got Minister of State for Security, Tom Tugendhat, joining us in just a couple of minutes.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
He fell into a coma. His family, of course, absolutely distraught. Because Turkey is outside the European Union, it therefore doesn't count under the global health insurance card scheme, which means that he is liable for these costs, and the families say that he's being held there for until they pay at least half the £41,000 that is owed.
One of our viewers here saying their premium, because they have health conditions, can be as much as £1,000. But if they're going to go overseas to, as you say, a non-EU country, they still should take it. That's the message here, isn't it? Don't take the risk.
Absolutely. Now, if you do have lots of pre-existing medical conditions, or you're an older person, my lovely mother-in-law is going to be 95 this week. She's still travelling, but only within Europe, and only because the cost of insurance is going to be many times the cost of the trip. And she just thinks, OK, well, I'll get emergency medical treatment free if I'm in the European Union and I've got that GHIC card. But beyond that, absolutely not. It's not worth the risk.
You have to have your card, do you, Simon, to get treatment within the EU? You should just apply for that online.
You should certainly apply for it online. Don't go to any of the scam sites that want to charge you money for it, because it's a free card. But actually, if you haven't, it's absolutely not a huge problem. Yes, you have to go through a bit of rigmarole, or at least your family do, to sort it out. But in general, if you go to a public hospital, they will treat you first and ask questions later in the European Union. And if you're a British resident, you should get it for free. Even if you forgot to get the GHIC card, they will sort it out eventually.
Britain's election channel. GB News, the People's Channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. GB News, Britain's election channel.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, 7:43. It's Armed Forces Day today, and we've been talking about that all morning. It's so important, actually. We agree that we recognise our armed forces more, whether you're serving or a veteran.
Maybe not on just one day a year.
Yeah. It's better than nothing.
It is.
For now. Let's talk to Minister of State for Security, Tom Tugendhat, who joins us now. Good morning to you. It's interesting when we talk about Armed Forces Day and about everything that the big parties want to do for the veterans and for serving personnel. The problem you've got as the party in government is that people will say, well, whatever you pledge, why haven't you done it earlier?
Well, Stephen, look, I'm with Anne on this, actually. I think Armed Forces Day, for those of us who are veterans, isn't just one day a year. We live with our service, good and bad, throughout the year. And for some of us, that can bring back painful memories, but it can also bring back huge moments of pride of having served alongside some of the best that our country has to offer. And your point, Stephen, is entirely fair, but look at the record. Look at what Johnny Mercer has achieved as the Minister for Veterans Affairs, and look at what the Prime Minister has achieved in creating that cabinet position for Veteran Affairs. We've got Op Resolute and Op Courage that help veterans who may be finding life just a little bit difficult at the moment. And we've also got the Northern Ireland Legacy Bill, which ends vexatious prosecutions of people like Dennis Hutchins. Now, GB News was absolutely brilliant in supporting us through that, because that's been a really difficult moment for many people in the armed forces community, seeing Dennis in his dying days, very sadly, in 2021, being persecuted and prosecuted for God knows how many time, after he'd already answered all the questions so many times. Now, we've introduced the Northern Ireland Legacy Bill, and Sir Keir Starmer wants to repeal it. Now, I just think that's wrong. And so this is a really clear choice about our future, not just about today, but about the future for veterans in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you worry for your job as well, even if you don't have it on next Friday morning. Do you worry that an incoming Labour government might actually do away with a Minister for the Armed Forces?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, they've made it very clear they don't want a cabinet minister for Veterans Affairs. We're the only party that's committed to it. And I think it's incredibly important that anybody, whoever they are, who seeks to lead this fantastic country of ours, commits to caring and being there for our veterans. I think that's really important. The other Five Eyes nations have it. Why shouldn't the United Kingdom? Well, Keir Starmer clearly disagrees. He thinks British veterans aren't worth as much.
But he says, I mean, John Healey, who we've just been talking to, says, well, you know, what Labour would do is cement the Armed Forces Covenant into law.
Well, the Armed Forces Covenant is already in operation, but that's not enough. We introduced that because it's a way of making sure that businesses and councils and other people across the United Kingdom are absolutely aware of what their responsibilities are and their commitment should be to Armed Forces veterans. And I think that's really important. But what's also important is that central government sees its responsibility clearly. And I'm afraid over many, many years, we have seen that the MOD, quite rightly, is focused on fighting today's wars. That's exactly what we want them to be focused on. They need to be getting our servicemen and women ready for whatever challenges come at us, whether it's Putin threatening us in the East or Iran in the Middle East. You know, we need to be absolutely ready. We need somebody else. We need an Office of Veterans Affairs to make sure we're caring for those who have served, because this is an ongoing legacy. It's not about fighting today's wars, but it is about bringing together everybody from housing and healthcare and even education to make sure that veterans are properly cared for. And I'm afraid Labour doing away with that is making a very clear statement as to what they think veterans are for. Veterans are there to fight a war and then be forgotten.
And so many of our viewers are emailing in and saying that at the moment they just see a country where we appear to treat illegal immigrants better than our veterans. You've got veterans sleeping on the streets while immigrants and migrants are in hotels, costing the country a fortune. And that's ongoing, isn't it?
No, I'm going to have to correct you there, Anne, because actually that's one of the things that Johnny has achieved. The Office for Veterans Affairs had made sure that no veteran is sleeping rough who doesn't have access to a place. Now, for various personal reasons, occasionally one or two maybe, but all of them have access to a place if they wish it. And Johnny has been absolutely clear about this. This is what he's been literally devoting the last few years to, and he's done a brilliant job. Now, as I say, there's a lot still to do, but Op Resolute and Op Courage that he has led has brought together cross-government working groups, it's brought together councils, it's brought together the devolved administrations across the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, Scotland, England and Wales, and it's made a huge difference. So, you know, this is exactly why the Office of Veterans Affairs matters so much and why I'm so worried for fellow veterans if Labour get in, because they're saying they're going to do away with it.
As you say, that's all focused on our veterans and not on the wars of today. However, we've got to focus on the conflicts that we're facing at the moment, the instability in the world, and the fact that our armed forces seem to be I mean, the personnel numbers are way down, frankly. I mean, most people would be absolutely gobsmacked if they realised just how few people we have serving. Never mind the lack of equipment that these men and women have to deal with as well. And that has been under your watch.
So, look, Stephen, I think there's a huge amount of improvement that we must make. And that's why I've been arguing consistently for a higher defence budget, as you know very well, when I was arguing only a few years ago that we needed to make sure that we were raising our defence budget to meet the challenges that we face. Because, let's be clear, the threat from Putin in Ukraine isn't just about Ukraine, it's about us, it's about our eastern border, it's about making sure that we are safe. Standing with NATO is about protecting the British people, not about anybody else. And that's why I'm absolutely delighted that we've committed already to 2.5% by 2030. Is it the final number? No, it isn't, but it is the right target. And what we need to be doing is investing in the kind of kit and equipment that that will really transform wars. Look at what's going on in Ukraine. You've seen people with really sort of the kind of drones that you might buy from Amazon, transforming them into battle-winning assets. And that's where we need to be adapting and overcoming. And I've seen some really remarkable innovations out of the MOD in recent years. I've seen some really important changes, and the work done by James Cartledge in transforming procurement has been hugely important. We've seen far too much waste in defence procurement over many years, and the changes that we're making make it more efficient and give us more battle-winning assets much quicker. That is a huge change.
If the general election doesn't go your way and you end up either in opposition or wherever, will you remain in politics?
I'm intending to serve the people of Tunbridge for as long as they'll have me. That's up to them, I'm afraid, Anne, and we'll have to see what they choose to do in a week's time. But I am absolutely committed to standing up for our country in any way that I possibly can. I spent the best part of now, I suppose, it's about 22, 23 years serving our country in public life as a soldier first and then in politics. And I'm absolutely committed to making sure our country is the safest, most prosperous, happiest place to live. And there's a huge amount to do, but this is a fantastic country. We have so many good things. We have an amazing health service. We have fantastic people, amazing education opportunities, and that's driving such change. Just look at the comparisons. We have the biggest tech startup scene in Europe. Some of our cities have more tech startups than whole countries in Europe. This is a massive, massive country with huge possibilities before us, and I am committed to making us the best country in the world.
OK, Tom Tugendhat, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. He did say the magic word, unfortunately, which was Tunbridge. So let me...
Oh, he did, didn't he, of course? I was going to...
Let me run you through all the candidates that are standing for the constituency of Tunbridge. Lewis William John Bailey for the Labour Party, Anna Victoria Cope for the Green Party, Ian Grattidge for the Social Democratic Party, Theresa Hansford for Reform UK, Tim Shaw, Independent Alliance, Tom Tugendhat for the Conservative and Unionist Party, and John Woolcombe for the Liberal Democrats.
Right. Now, we were going to have a quick look at the papers. I think we've still got time for an incredibly quick look at the papers with Emma Wolfe and Fraser Myers, who join us. Thank you so much for hanging on in there. Fraser, shall we go to this story in the... It's about it's about Keir Starmer's private school VAT raid, as they call it in the Telegraph.
This is absolutely delicious, the irony here. So it could be the case that Keir Starmer's VAT on private schools might be in breach of the European Convention on Human Rights, because there is a right to education in that treaty, and basically by treating private schools differently from other educational services, that will somehow be in breach of the article. And this was uncovered by the Telegraph. Actually, the Labour Party has proposed this a number of times in the past. In the 1980s, they sought legal advice on this, and they were told this would be in breach of the convention, so they dropped it from the manifesto.
Oh, they'll be wanting to pull out the ECHR next.
Well, exactly.
This is what I find so strange. Was there no one within the Labour Party who actually said, hang on a minute, I remember we tried to do this 30 years ago. I mean, there's plenty of them knocking around who have been in the party for 20 or 30 years. They must have considered it and then dropped it, and then considered, why did this pass by Keir Starmer, who I believe has a legal training?
As a human rights lawyer as well. Yeah. But I think, really it shows the folly of the ECHR. I mean, I don't like this policy. It's bad policy for all kinds of practical reasons. Go into. But, if it's a policy in a Labour manifesto and people vote for the Labour Party, then they should be able to implement that policy. That is how democracy should work. And clearly, if, you have essentially a foreign court striking down laws that people vote for, that's a problem.
Yeah, but it's a fundamentally illiberal policy as well, because you're playing politics with children. You don't just pull children in and out of schools like this.
Well, I agree with you.
On that note, we've got to leave it. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere, there will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the central belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than a few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the west coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
£30,000 in tax-free cash really could be yours. It's our biggest cash prize of the year so far, and you could be getting that winning call from us to tell you that you're our next Great British Giveaway winner.
You're joking. Really? Seriously? It's not a wine. What is it?
Oh, slippy neck. Oh, dear.
Oh, my God. This is amazing.
I'm in shock. Like I said, I've never won anything like this. That is absolutely fantastic.
We're over the moon. Thank you.
For a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Wiltshire police have arrested 2 people after they sprayed orange paint on Stonehenge.
Well, Just Stop Oil have shared a video saying it's to get the incoming government to sign up to a legally binding treaty to phase out fossil fuels by 2030. Of course, Stonehenge famously associated with oil, gas. I think the 5,000-year-old Neolithic Britons were prolific users of the internal combustion engine, and they drilled for lots of oil, so it makes perfect sense, of course.
Yes, we're going to be joined by Jill Taylor, a spokesperson from Just Stop Oil. Jill, thank you very much indeed. What on earth is this all about? This is just criminal activity under the guise of some kind of activism.
No, that paint will be washed off really easily. So it's not long-lasting damage at all, unlike the damage that is being done now by the fossil fuel industry and just keeping burning fossil fuels, putting more CO2 into the atmosphere. You're right, the Neolithic people were not prolific users of fossil fuels. They did not cause the kind of damage that we're causing now. That's all been within since the Industrial Revolution in the 150 years.
So because
this is when the damage has been done.
So because this stuff can be washed off, ergo there's no issue here. Well, Stonehenge aren't particularly happy about this. They've come out on their social media page and they say Stonehenge is protected by the Ancient Monuments Act and it is a criminal offence to damage the stones. There are also multiple rare lichen species growing on the stones that are also protected. So this isn't good for nature, is it?
I think you're getting things so out of perspective here. What isn't good for nature is the damage we're doing now, and what's not good for nature globally is not good for you, it's not good for me, and it's not good for the people watching this programme.
The People's Channel.
Good morning to you. Can Joe Biden survive?
The US president promises to stay in the race, despite calls for him to step down now, following his woeful performance during the presidential debate.
That's as Donald Trump claims Biden didn't know what the hell he was doing during the exchange at the rally in Virginia.
As Biden admits he doesn't debate as well as he used to in front of crowds in North Carolina.
Also today, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage insists footage showing racist comments made by a campaigner was a setup, as Rishi Sunak condemns the racial slurs made against him.
A new portrait of King Charles in military uniform is unveiled to mark today's Armed Forces Day.
Friend of missing teenager Jay Slater says he saw the 19-year-old slipping on rocks during a video call on the day he vanished.
And Dua Lipa hits all the right notes at this year's Glastonbury Festival as she headlines the famous Pyramid stage.
It's match day -1 for the Three Lions at the Euros, with England cricket captain Ben Stokes telling pundits they're being too harsh on Gareth Southgate's side. We'll discuss that while also looking ahead to Wimbledon, which gets underway on Monday.
The brief hot spell many places experienced through the week is now over. What does that mean for the weekend's weather? Will it be a washout, or will there still be some sunshine around? I'll have all the details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Oh, Adrian's been in touch this morning about Glastonbury. He says, I like Shania Twain because she is performing on the Legends stage or whatever.
Right.
But I've not heard of Dua Lipa.
Oh.
And we did say she hit all the right notes. Well, she should do, because apparently it was all on tape.
Well, I know. Well, that's what the rumour is.
Mm.
Yes.
It seems to be miming.
We'll find out more about that a bit later on, because Stephanie Tetchy is there under her tent.
Yes, and she was there at the concert last night.
Yeah, and she too thought there was some... It was sort of slightly out of sync, that the music and the vocals or something.
Yes, which is a
Odd.
bit of a giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to lip sync for your life, haven't you, on these things?
Well, everything's so big and so enormous, and you can't blame them for needing a bit of help, vocal help. Yes, and they can tweak all sorts of things nowadays.
Can.
But basically, at the end of the day, the audience want it live, don't they?
They could make a pop star out of us, now with all the tweaks.
Well, we could be tweaked. I don't mind being tweaked. No. Well, all the more tweaking's needed.
Joe Biden might need a bit of tweaking.
Oh, dear. Well, I think they have been tweaking him, but live and in the presidential debate, the sort of the pretense faded away and you actually saw the real thing.
Yeah, he is still saying, though, today that he intends to fight and win the election. He made his first public appearance since his struggle during that TV debate. He was speaking at a rally in North Carolina where Democrats are hoping to win the state back from Republicans this November.
Yeah, he was on form. He claimed America itself is at stake, and he accused the former US President Donald Trump of repeatedly lying and said he has the morals of an alley cat. But after his own shaky performance during the debate, President Biden directly addressed the limits of his old age.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
It was very strong.
Yeah. He was quite fiery. He was very good.
But is that because he was rehearsed and it had it all on prompt?
Well, yes. But you just looked at it and thought, where was that last night?
Yeah, that's what he needed to be like. Let's talk to Professor of US and International Politics at the Clinton Institute, Scott Lucas. Great to see you, as always, Scott. I mean, look, realistically, when you look at that performance in the debate, Does Biden need to step down?
Stephen and all your viewers, pray for America. Pray for the rest of us. We've got serious questions about both candidates. We have got serious questions about Joe Biden, who appeared frail, who struggled to put together a concise sentence on Thursday night. And on the other side, we've got a convicted felon, a sex abuser, a fraudster, a man who attempted a coup less than 4 years ago, who lied from the first line to the last line in that debate about vital issues for all of us: immigration, the economy, Ukraine, NATO, climate change, women's rights, including abortion rights. But I think the focus, although it should be on both men, because of those serious issues, of course, for right now, will be on Biden. And I think it is an open question as to whether the Democrats will attempt to replace him before their convention in August. I think he effectively is on probation. He's on probation, as you saw in North Carolina yesterday, as to whether he can perform on the campaign trail, whether he can do it not just on a one-off, but whether he can do it all the way through the next 4+ months. And as Ann pointed out, the question that I think is running around right now is, even as we shouldn't forget about all those issues around Donald Trump, which are far more serious, to be honest, is why didn't Joe Biden turn up with that type of performance on Thursday night if he could do it yesterday?
Well, it was because it was a live debate in front of a divided audience, and he didn't have a teleprompter. I mean, I don't know why he just didn't learn a few things and make a few speeches. Instead, we saw a very frail man, didn't we? Which has got everybody worried. It is said that the Democratic Party now are so worried that they've given him 5 or 6 days to make up his mind whether to resign or not. Do you think that's true?
No, I don't at this point. And the reason why is that at least in public yesterday, you had a series of very important Democratic figures who were coming out with the statements that Biden should stay in the race. And I'm not just talking about those who possibly could be the replacements for him, such as the Vice President Kamala Harris or the California Governor Gavin Newsom. You would expect them to say that publicly, even if they thought privately maybe he should step aside. I'm talking about people like James Clyburn, who is the former former legislator from South Carolina, who was vital to Biden's campaign in 2020. And for the moment, you know, it's an easy thing to say replace Biden, but you got some serious practical difficulties, which is you've got to bring in a candidate and establish their platform and do it very, very quickly against a guy named Trump, who has these mountains of lies that you have to try to dissect. And that's a real tall order, because right now Trump is sucking all the oxygen out of the room where the issues aren't actually getting covered in this election. And if you bring in a new Democrat, they've got to hit the ground running to try to do that.
Yeah, but if they don't, they may as well just concede now. When you look at that performance on Thursday, I mean, look, whether you like the man or not, and it's not to have a dig at someone for being old, but he's clearly not capable of doing the job. I mean, that seems to be the harsh reality of it all.
Yeah, I would have said until recently, based on, he gave a very strong performance, you know, at the State of the Union address, which was full of important points back in February. He gave very important speeches during the recent commemorations in Normandy for D-Day, including support for Ukraine. But I think you're right, Stephen. I think the fact is that you cannot have a candidate who on style rather than substance performs like that. And that's why I go back to what I said at the start, which is pray for America. Because if Joe Biden can't campaign effectively like that, you've got a man coming into office who has said that on day one, he's going to act like a dictator, who's going to go after his enemies, who is going to cut all assistance to Ukraine against the aggression of Russia and his friend Vladimir Putin, and who possibly could threaten our interest in the UK and in Europe by pulling out of NATO.
So is there anything the Democratic Party can do now?
It's almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. I think, as you know, I just indicated in the answer to Stephen, you're damned if you don't, if Biden can't step up to the mark. The damned if you do is that as soon as you bring in someone else, like Kamala Harris, who has an uphill battle because the Biden administration really has prevented her from building momentum all through this first term. As soon as you bring someone in like that, the Democrats are going to be accused of looking weak, looking desperate, looking like they're panicking. And somehow you've got to change that narrative. And unfortunately, the U.S. media is locked so much into the lines about basically style and spectacle. You can't get a look in whether you're talking about women's rights, including abortion rights, where Trump lied incessantly about important issues like immigration, the economy, and important issues about our security over here. How do you do that when you have to fact check Trump almost every 15 seconds?
OK, look, really good to see you, Scott, as always. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's interesting. I know people will say, well, you don't challenge him enough on saying that Trump lied. The problem is, over here, he's an expert on it, he thinks, and a lot of it was fact-checked after the event.
Yes, not during.
And he was found that a lot of what Mr Trump said was not sort of factually correct. However, we don't know the details over here necessarily, do we? It's hard enough keeping track of our own politics,
Isn't it
frankly.
awful that a debate between two people who would like to run the Western world, as it were, has to be fact-checked at all?
Yes, that's a good point.
You should be able to assume that every word they utter is the truth.
It should be. But no, it's a very good point. Mind you, talking of the truth, over here, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has insisted that footage showing racist comments made by a campaigner was a set-up.
Yeah, it's all about this guy called Andrew Parker, who was seen making a series of offensive remarks about Rishi Sunak. He has now apologised, but insists that he was goaded into making them.
The Prime Minister condemned the racial slurs made against him and said it was part of a broader pattern of behaviour.
Well, joining us now is Immigration and Justice spokesperson for Reform UK, Anne Widdecombe. Very good morning to you, Anne.
Good morning to you.
What are your thoughts on this so far? I mean, is the whole hoo-ha around this going to damage your campaign, or can it just be shrugged off?
Well, I think we need to look at the facts. The facts are that the man in question is an actor. He has been in roles on television. He lists among his interests secret filmmaking. He was using a voice that, as far as we can make out, is his actor's voice, not his own. So you've got to ask exactly what was he doing? And I think there needs to be an investigation. I mean, it looks to me like a setup, but if it isn't, then let Channel 4 give us all the facts.
It's fair to say in all of this, Anne, though, isn't it, that because Nigel Farage came out and condemned this so quickly, in a way it would have been put to bed, wouldn't it, if you hadn't then pursued this line of saying, well, it's a set-up. Perhaps that's something that could have been pursued after the election and allowed this to be finished.
No, I fundamentally disagree with you. There is a pattern now in the media of trying to prove that Reform has an awful lot of very undesirable people and that somehow, we should have known about it and we should be able to stop it. Now, when it comes to volunteers, let me tell you this. Volunteers are entirely self-selecting. They roll up at the campaign offices. They say, can I distribute literature? Can I canvass? Can I do whatever it is? And they just go and do it. Now, I know that because when I was young, and was ambitious in the Tory party, I used to be a volunteer. Nobody ever checked me out because there simply isn't the time. You do check out candidates, and where our candidates have erred and strayed, we, like the other parties, have reacted very quickly. It's cross-party problem. So I think this was part of a pattern and very gleefully shown, I think. And therefore, yeah, we were absolutely right to call it out.
But
my phone was hot that morning with people saying, hang on, this is an actor.
But this is what I don't understand with this particular incident, right? This man makes very undesirable comments and it's condemned. But as you say, we're talking about a campaigner. We're talking about a volunteer. We're not talking about someone who's been selected by the party, who's been chosen or vetted or anything else. If it was a volunteer for any other party, would there be this fuss?
No, I mean, as I say, the media now has an agenda of making a fuss about everything that any, no matter how lowly, worker in the Reform campaign says. And so I think, yes, we do need to be pretty robust about it. We really do. And if it was a setup, and I say if, but if it was a setup and an actor taken on for that reason, we need to know that actually, if that is the case, it's scandalous.
But 5 days isn't enough to get it sorted out anyway, is it? Surely your potential voters need to just be hearing some more of the positive things you have to say.
Well, that's what they are hearing. That's what they are hearing. We've got a big rally in Birmingham on Sunday, and that's what they will be hearing, and that's what they're hearing all the time. But it would be so nice if the media covered that, rather than always trying to cover whatever oddities might turn up in the course of the campaign.
Yeah, well, we're giving it as much coverage as we can. Anne Widdecombe, good to see you, as always. Thanks very much indeed. We should just say that responding to the claims that have been made by Nigel Farage, and of course tweeted there by Anne Widdecombe, we have spoken to Channel 4, who say we strongly stand by our rigorous and duly impartial journalism, which speaks for itself. We met Mr Parker for the first time at Reform UK's headquarters, where he was a Reform Party canvasser.
And they go on to say we did not pay the Reform UK canvasser or anyone else in this report. Mr Parker was not known to Channel 4 News and was filmed covertly via the undercover operation.
Just to run through the candidates for Clacton, they are Jovan Owusu-Nepal for the Labour Party, Giles Watling for the Conservative Party, Matthew Bensalem for the Liberal Democrats, Nigel Farage for Reform UK, Natasha Osborne for the Green Party, Craig Jameson for the Climate Party, Tony Mack, who's an independent, Tesos Papanastasiou for the Heritage Party, and Andrew Pemberton for UKIP.
And after all that, oh no, you got...
No, I was just going to say, I do think, I mean, loads of you getting in touch about this one, but it is a canvasser. It is, and I mean, Anne Widdecombe is quite right. These are people who could just turn up and say, I want to canvass for your party in this constituency.
But if they're wearing a rosette that says Reform, you in the street would imagine they are Reform Party.
Yes,
you wouldn't imagine they're just a canvasser.
But there wouldn't be this much. But I don't think there would be this much fuss if it was any other party, because you just go, well, it's a canvasser, it's a volunteer. We don't know who they are. They've, you know, but they're officially nothing to do with us. You can dismiss it. It's the fact that this is sticking about, and I think because there is an agenda probably against reform, these people who want to say, well, they're all racists, which is what they said about Brexit and all the rest of it, of course.
And there, I mean, you'd be naive not to think there weren't dirty tricks being played throughout politics. You just don't know all the time. But this is certainly one way to blacken the name of a party, if that's what your intention is.
Yes, without there having to be any sort of real evidence for it. Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? A lot of you not convinced. Someone's laughing, saying, Paul saying, I'm not going to vote for reform anymore because someone turned up and said some nasty stuff. So clearly being very sarcastic about that. But
that was just my thought. If you were one of these people who is still wavering, considering voting reform, would this be enough to actually put you off?
Yeah, interesting.
And that is a danger.
Yeah, well,
I suppose. Well, that's how reform would see it.
Yeah, let us know. gbnews.com/your say. Let's have a look at the weather. Here's Aidan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere, there will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the Central Belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than the few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles West Coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands, and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
And that should put you in a summery mood, or not, but it is time for the Great British Giveaway now. And it's a big one. That'll put you in a summery mood. It's the chance to win a whopping 30 grand in tax-free cash. It's our biggest prize to date, and here's how you could win it.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text CASH to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2, or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Right, still to come for you. We'll have the very latest on Armed Forces Day.
Congratulations to the GB News winners at this year's Trick Awards.
And the winner of Interview of the Year is... Alistair Stewart reveals his heartbreaking diagnosis to Camilla Tominey.
And the winner is GB News Breakfast. And the winner is Nigel Farage.
And thank you to you, our GB News viewers and listeners, for making us the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Almost half of those seeking to have an affair are happier with their job than with their primary relationship. But what exactly does a cheater do for a living?
Well, medical assistants and nurses, surprisingly, top the lists of professions for female cheaters. And it's jobs in IT or tech for male cheaters, which I think is less of a surprise.
No.
This is all according to a survey by the dating site Ashley Madison.
OK, so why do people cheat? To answer this, we're joined now by broadcaster and psychotherapist Lucy Beresford. Good morning, Lucy.
Morning, Lucy.
So, is it OK of me to say naughty nurses in this day and age? Am I going to get cancelled for that?
You're out.
Yeah, I'm out.
Been
Gone.
cancelled.
See ya.
There's the door.
There we
But
go.
yes, you're talking about the caring professions, and I think it's very appropriate.
Surprised by that.
That women, well, because they're very nurturing, very loving, very giving, whereas the males who are in tech and IT, very strategic.
Is there a link between high-pressure jobs, maybe nurses infamously, you know, they're working long hours, underpaid, stressed out? Is there a link between jobs of that nature and cheating, maybe as a relief?
Absolutely. Is it just about sex, or is it about emotional connection? Is it about emotional validation? And increasingly, people are discovering that their primary relationship is just not a place where they feel safe
This survey found that personality didn't actually come into it that much. It was about half and half if you're an introvert or an extrovert that you'd be likely to have an affair.
I think that's right. And I think that just speaks to the fact that all people want to have a good emotional connection. So it doesn't matter whether you're really social or whether you're someone who has to recharge your batteries in private time, that actually we only ever want three things in life. We want to feel safe, we want to feel loved, but we also want to feel heard. And in increasingly a number of marriages and long-term relationships, we get into grooves, we get into ruts, and we stop hearing our partner, we stop listening to them, and they stop listening to us.
The People's Channel.
On election night, we are throwing a party.
The GB News Election Night Watch Party will be live from Essex and you are all invited.
On air from 10 o'clock, we'll have familiar faces from across the channel, entertainment and lots more stuff as we keep our eye on all the results as they come flying in.
If you want to join our live Election Night Watch Party audience, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/election party.
It's 8:25, morning to you. Now, a new portrait of His Majesty the King has been released to mark Armed Forces Day.
It's a day that aims to encourage the public to show their support for all servicemen and women and the contribution they've made to our country.
Let's talk to our reporter, Ray Addison, who is where, Ray? Where are you today?
Well, yes, I am in Trinity Gardens by Tower Bridge, and Armed Forces Day, as you know, takes place on the last Saturday of each June, and it's a chance to show your support for the men and the women who make up the Armed Forces community. Now, that could include serving personnel, it could include service families, veterans and Army cadets as well. Now, SSAFA is the Armed Forces charity. They support all of those groups in their time of need, and today they're organising their landmark 13 Bridges Challenge here in central London. So what we're going to be seeing, and the first group's already left, around 1,000 people taking part in this fundraiser. It's a 10-mile walk crossing 13 bridges, starting here at Trinity Square Gardens near Tower Hill, and it ends just after Chelsea Bridge. Now, it brings together people from all backgrounds and abilities. You're going to be seeing a few dogs along the route as well. We're going to be following the route as we go and showing you some of those people taking part and having interviews with them as well. And really what they're doing is they want to show their appreciation to our military community and to thank them for all that they do for us and raise some money as well for this good cause. Now, the first wave left at 8 a.m. They're going to be leaving all the way up until 1 o'clock. So a lot of people taking part in this challenge, a lot of love for our veterans, for our currently serving community, and a lot of money is going to be raised as well to really help those who really need it most. And it's an educational opportunity as well, because along the course they've got event marshals at various points around the bridges, and these are all current or former serving personnel, and people can actually go up and talk to them and find out about their service, find out about their experience of serving in the military, and really sort of learn and educate themselves. Obviously, there's a lot of young people here, there's a lot of adults, older people too. There's a real chance here for young people to find out why we're so passionate about serving our military and helping our military in this country. Now, as you'd expect, at any finish line there is going to be a cheer squad, lots of food, lots of entertainment as well, and more chances to learn about the armed forces too. But that's it, the 13 Bridges Challenge, at least 1,000 people taking part, and a real celebration of the armed forces community.
OK, Ray, thank you.
Thank you, yeah. When we joined Ray there at the very beginning, it was almost as though you had to look and try and figure out where he was.
He was.
Yeah.
Probably forgotten.
Could have just looked behind him, actually, couldn't you?
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Let's talk to the CEO of the Forces Employment Charity, Alistair Halliday. Alistair, really good to see you this morning. We've been saying all morning we don't think there's enough focus, really, because obviously there is there's a huge problem in terms of the scale of our defence forces in this country, but also then how we deal with people once they leave, and it frankly just doesn't seem to be good enough.
Well, I think there's an awful lot of support for service leavers and veterans in society. I mean, every year about 15,000 members of the armed forces do leave the military and do effectively transition out into civilian life, and most of them do it very well, and there's quite a lot of support mechanisms. But what's really encouraging is that we've got some great employers now across the country who really do see the value of sort of military talent, sort of attributes that service leavers can bring to their civilian workplace. And so that's a good sign. But there's still more work to be done.
What is the work that you do within your charity then?
Well, we support all types of service leavers, those who may have done only a couple of years to people who've done many years of service, some with more vulnerable needs, etc. Of all three services, all ranks and rates, from very senior people to very junior infanteers. But we also, and that's in sort of the transition space, and thing called Career Transition Partnership, which works pretty well. But we also, importantly, provide support through life to veterans, spouses, partners, and all of those sort of various groups, and military women. We have a range of programs to fit the sorts of cohorts of people who do need this sort of support, to basically just give them a jack-up into introduction into certain areas of industry, perhaps a sector they might be interested in, like tech, cyber, or construction, or financial services, or the media, and make sure that they've got the right sort of extra bits of support just to get them into that and start them off.
You see, but this is, I think, part of the problem, isn't it? That it's clearly great work that you're doing, but we shouldn't have to rely on charities to do this, should we? This should be built into the system.
Well, that's a great point, but actually part of it is a government-funded programme. I mean, the CTP is funded by the Ministry of Defence, so that does support. It doesn't do absolutely everything, but it does go a long way. After that, the Through Life piece is more the charities and other donations supporting it. So the support to veterans through life is a different thing. But I have to say, and I pay tribute to the NHS, which does quite a bit of funding for some of the more vulnerable veterans who are, again, needing support. But yeah, so there is government funding, but it tends to be just this period of 2 years before the discharge date to 2 years afterwards, and that works pretty well.
Do you worry that you are, for a certain amount of your funding, certainly, and support, that you have to rely on politicians and the government of the day?
I mean, it's an interesting thing. I mean, we couldn't do this without that government support. And I think that, whichever government's in power, I'm pretty certain that most would see the need to support transition. It's happened since, we've been doing this since 1885. The actual what we're doing in terms of supporting into employment from service in the military is the same. The way we go about it is actually been very different as we've moved along with the times. And at various stages, we have clearly needed that sort of level of government support. But I think it's the Through Life piece where quite often it's other organisations which do step in and see the need. I think what we've seen a big increase recently is the support for what we call spousal or partners employment. So it's very important that for the non-serving partner can get into a good, sustainable job as well, which wasn't always the case. And that quite often supports retention of the serving partner, and may well be decided they'll stay in for a bit longer. So there are quite a few of these complexities which we're all over.
OK, Alistair Halliday, really good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Well, do stay with us. It's 8:32 already. Still to come, Aidan will be here with the sport. That's next.
Good afternoon, Britain. Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates.
You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it? Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained. I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
This election night, we're putting on a party.
And you are invited.
We'll be here with you.
Following all the twists and turns.
As well as all the live reaction from our election night watch party.
With our GB News lineup.
and as morning breaks, we'll be here with breakfast from 6 a.m.
As it becomes clear who the winners and the losers really are.
Vote 2024.
Thursday, the 4th of July.
Only on GB News.
Britain's election channel.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
I've got a grade 3 astrocytoma brain tumour. Once I was diagnosed, I tried to do my claim with my insurance company and was rejected. They then also cancelled my life insurance and also cancelled my wife's policies as well.
And this is Zurich Insurance,
This is
John.
Zurich,
and
yeah.
their point was, because you'd had some dizzy spells, which you hadn't told them about, they say dizzy spells equates to brain tumour, which there's no evidence to support that.
I was with King's College Hospital. They ignored them. King's College Hospital were the experts.
And you were expecting £25,000?
Yeah, that was a critical illness claim.
Critical illness, because you've got a critical illness. Clearly, it couldn't be more critical, could it?
No.
Michelle, you've got a lovely poorly husband, and you're also worrying about paying the bills and what the future holds.
Yeah.
What impact is this having on you on a day-to-day basis?
I try not to think too much about the future because it does upset me. I'm kind of thinking, when John does go, I'm left with a mortgage to pay and 2 young children.
How old are your kids?
5 and 3.
Right.
So it's incredibly tough.
And are you working?
I haven't worked since having the children.
Right.
And that's a decision we made when we had children.
In the grand scheme of things, this amount of money is a drop in the ocean for a company like Zurich.
Yeah, because I think they could make all this go away.
I've read some of the statement. Zurich said, "We're sorry to hear of the very difficult circumstances Mr. Rendler's family are experiencing." You're terminally ill, and they're calling that difficult circumstances.
The People's Channel.
All right, Aidan's here with all the sport. Morning to you.
Good morning.
We've got tomorrow night to look forward to.
We have indeed.
I say look forward to.
But they're not a great
regular
watch.
pudding.
They're just not a great watch at the moment, are they? I mean, you look at the amount of time and emotion and love and money people spend, not just following England at the tournament, which must be, I mean, tickets. Well, my nephew's over there at the moment. He's quoted £450 for a ticket for the Slovenia game the other night. So he swerved that one. Just went to the fan park. I thought he was going to ask me for a loan. He would have had a squared no at that point. but no, even over here, people are going to pubs. People spending time at home buying stuff. It's not an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, but it could all change now that we're out of the group stages.
It could do, but my worry is that they're facing a side who are very similar to the kind of side we've faced in the group stages, and you're going to have the same problem. These teams are saying to England, come on in, break us down. And at the moment, they don't seem to have the key to do it. They've scored 2 goals in 3 matches. The defence looks good, and that's great because...
but they've got the extra pressure of the knockout, haven't you?
You have, yeah, exactly. There's more jeopardy involved, and, of course, it raises the spectre of penalties. Now, if Slovakia look at England's side and think, wow, they've got some good names in their side, surely they're going to come good at some stage, then they might just say, well, we're going to play for penalties, because that's when you start getting into the heads of the England players, because I think 1 penalty shootout England have won in competitive football since Euro 96, and they've lost a good few since in that time as well, including a couple to Portugal in 2004 and 2006. I was going to say person, but no, one creature who thinks England might do the job tomorrow is Priscilla the tortoise.
Oh, I'm a big fan.
Yeah. You're a big fan. So, I don't know how old Priscilla is, because they tend to last
where did she come from?
Well, London Zoo.
Oh, right.
So they did this at London
That gives her
Zoo
a certain
yesterday.
credibility, I feel.
Here we go. We're going to have a look at the footage now. You'll see the tortoise. Priscilla emerges.
Is she a giant tortoise?
Well, that's what I thought. I think it's just a very close... It looks like a Komodo dragon or something.
Is this time-lapse?
I'm not...
Because she's moving pretty fast for a tortoise.
Now, there you go. Now, I think... The problem... Actually, no, I've got it wrong. She's actually chosen Slovakia.
She has.
There you go. So that's a bit worrying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know what the track record is. That's for sure. But it's probably better than mine as a tipster. But back in the day, I used to do this for my previous employers. One of the jobs I used to have to do every tournament was to go to Whipsnade Zoo or Port Lymm in Kent, and we'd have a lion in the lion's den. we try and cheat the situation. I didn't say this while I was employed by this company, but I can reveal now that we used to put some meat under the box.
Under one box?
Of the England box, so to make sure it chose that box every time. The problem was, I was told that you might have a bit of weight, Aidan, just for the lion to come out of the den, so you're going to have to gem up on your lion knowledge. So I knew everything about lions, enough to fill for about 5 minutes. I got to the point, or one stage, and it was England versus Panama. I got to the point where I thought, I'm going to have to throw back now. I'm going to hand back because it's not coming out of the den. And then suddenly it emerged and went to the meat and chose England. And I think, wow, the lion thinks we're going to meet. I can't remember his name, Dave or something like that. Dave the lion thinks that England are going to beat Panama, which wasn't the. I mean, I think he finished 6-0 in the end.
Talking of long waits,
yes,
Emma Raducanu.
Yes, I know. Look, I mean, as I've said to you before on a number of occasions, what she did in 2021 at Flushing Meadow as a qualifier, winning the US Open. First time that was a British female Grand Slam winner since 1976 or 77, I think, when Virginia Wade won it. That was different because there was a strike on that year as well, so the best players weren't around. But that was an extraordinary performance. But you have to say she's done the sum total of nothing since then. She's won 6 matches in home soil in her career. She's got plenty to prove. She's won at Eastbourne and Nottingham in the last couple of weeks. She's had injury problems. There have been personnel problems in terms of her backroom staff. And she said in one of her interviews today, in one of the broadsheets, that she's feeling happy, she's feeling balanced. She feels she has some kind of equilibrium in her life, both on and off the court, and she feels ready to give it a go. And if she gets it right, she's going to be a threat. There's no doubt about that. But, as I say, plenty to prove at Wimbledon, and she doesn't want a situation she had a few months before she won the US Open in 2021, where I think she went off injured halfway through the match. She seems to be clear of all that. She's had operations, etc., on her wrist, I think it was. So we'll see how it goes. But I've been making, I wouldn't say excuses, but I've been trying to give her a fair hearing for a number of years now. We're into the 4th year, I think, since she won. Since the US Open, and she has to do it.
You've run out of patience, haven't you?
You do.
She's not on trial.
I know. I've very good
She's done awfully well just to be there.
Yes.
Yeah, well, has she?
Yeah.
Yes.
She hasn't done anything for 3 years.
She's qualified for all of these big tournaments. That's something in itself, isn't it?
Very harsh, Aidan, very harsh. Anyway, Mike Colt's been in touch and said the tortoise just went for the bigger bush. Which is true.
I think it was just myopic. When it came out, I could only see one bunch of things anyway.
Probably.
If I did that with my little dog at home, if I cheated the way you did by putting a bit of meat there, she'd have gone straight for it.
Yeah.
Like a bullet out of a gun.
Well, let's hope Priscilla's wrong.
Yeah, let's hope she is.
Well, let's hope she is, yeah.
Otherwise,
do we know how reliable she is?
No, I don't. I need to check the form.
Yeah, do.
Check the form, but I'll ring London Zoo later.
What time are they playing tomorrow?
They're playing at 5 o'clock.
Oh, it's an early one.
Gelsenkirchen.
Gelsenkirchen. Right, OK, Aidan, we'll see you later on. We've got the papers heading our way in just a minute.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Recent polling suggests dentistry has become the hardest NHS service for patients to access, within NHS treatments still 15% lower than pre-pandemic levels. So a YouGov survey reveals that more than 70% of Brits describe seeing the dentist as difficult, compared with 64% for GPs and 42% for A&E services. One British man, get this, he even took to flying 10,000 miles for dental care, saying the extra time and money spent was far less hassle than trying to get an appointment on the NHS. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. And a shocking 1/5 of UK adults have also admitted to trying DIY dentistry, including the old trick of tying string around a wobbly tooth and slamming it in the door so it comes out. So, should people be more careful when taking their teeth into their own hands?
That is one of the problems. Obviously, population growth makes it much more difficult for people to access NHS services, but they need to then catch up on the other side with dental services and increase the amount of dentists and access to dentistry, and especially NHS dentistry, obviously.
What's the cut-off age for free dentistry on the NHS?
So it is 18 years old, but there are exemptions around maternity, pregnancy. There's some free care around pregnancy.
We saw some data a few weeks back about the number one cause for child admission into A&E is tooth decay. I mean, that was shocking when I read it.
It's really bad, and what happens is kids with multiple decayed teeth, they basically have to be put under general anaesthetic, and then all those rotted teeth have to be extracted under general anaesthetic. if those baby teeth start going crooked, then the adult teeth start going crooked as well.
Right.
So it is important to look after the baby teeth. It's really important. I think they should make it more central to their policies, definitely.
The People's Channel.
Congratulations to the GB News winners at this year's Trick Awards.
And the winner of Interview of the Year is... Alistair Stewart reveals his heartbreaking diagnosis to Camilla Tormini.
And the winner is GB News Breakfast. And the winner is Nigel Farage.
And thank you to you, our GB News viewers and listeners, for making us the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's election channel.
And when the big stories break, we're tackling them on Britain's newsroom. When we disagree, and we disagree a lot, it's even livelier than normal.
We don't disagree that much.
We do. His comedy, though, is revolting. I knew her, unlike you. That explains Beverly Turner's temperament.
It's a bit frothy in here, isn't it?
You'll have one of me one day.
For dartball practice. Britain's newsroom on GB News. Weekdays, 9:30 a.m.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, it's time now for the papers at 8:45 with the writer and journalist Emma Wolfe and deputy editor of Spiked, Fraser Myers. Good to see you both this morning. Fraser, let's start with postal ballots and the Telegraph, should we?
Yeah, all over the country, various councils have royally screwed up the delivery of postal ballots, and Royal Mail is also implicated in this. And lots more postal ballots are being ordered in this election than usual because Rishi Sunak decided to hold the election in the middle of the summer when people are going on holidays.
Already booked their holidays, yes.
So, you know, it's something that should have been anticipated. And this is particularly challenging at this election because there are so many seats that are marginal, you know, loads of seats. And we saw in, you know, previous by-elections as well, you see it from the polling, seats that you expect to be safe, where there are these thumping 20,000, 30,000 Tory majorities, could, you know, come within a handful of votes and switch potentially to Labour or the Lib Dems. So there could be, on the night, a lot of challenges, a lot of recounts in various seats. So it's a sort of... We're seeing the chaos in advance.
I'm very surprised at this, though. I'm not saying it's not true, but for the first time ever, I've done, not for myself, but for other people, I've done proxy postal. And it's been the smoothest process I could have imagined. The communication's been brilliant. It's all turned up on time. All the votes have gone back now. It's been just really, really good.
Yes, I would say the same. One of my sons had to do a postal vote and it just came so smoothly.
It's funny how many people still have a postal vote, that they were away a few elections ago and they still have their postal vote. From what Fraser's saying, I can just see this dragging on. I can see us in a week's time and I can see lots of recounts. That we won't have a result by Friday.
Really?
We refuse to accept that.
I think probably the overall result will be very clear.
Yeah, but if there are lots of challenges...
Yeah, and, you know, we live in a time of political polarisation where people do refuse to accept results. You know, see what happened in America.
Exactly.
People refuse to accept the Brexit result, so it's a bit of a danger.
Yeah. I think we've well, if it's, I hope it's clear cut whichever way it falls. Yeah. Just for that reason. But no, I mean, my
You're right.
experience
I mean,
has been very good.
the overall trend might be clear, but there might be one or two seats that are worth arguing over.
I'll tell you what, it's a good thing to say if you're thinking about not voting because you can't be bothered or you just don't want to make a decision or whatever. You should go and vote. Turnout needs to be high. That's the only way you get a true representation. So there you go, and take your driving licence with you, your passport, so you can make sure you can vote.
OK, Emma, in The Guardian, they're talking about people who are tempted to go abroad for surgery that would be cheaper than doing it here.
Yeah, this is so-called kind of medical tourism. Things like Brazilian butt lifts. I've always wanted to say that on GB News. Brazilian butt lift, I'll say it again.
I thought that was a style of butt lift.
Augmentations, hairline transplants, but even organ transplants. People are going abroad, they're getting these packages where they basically get, you know, flights, hotel, post-operative rest time at the hotel and the procedure, all in one package. They go aboard, then something goes wrong. Turkey, places like that, it gets botched. Then they come back. So doctors here are now saying they spend up to 25% of their time basically correcting botched surgeries.
Turkey teeth is a big thing.
Turkey teeth?
The teeth.
What do they do? What do they do wrong?
Well, it just seems they grind them down an awful lot, point them and all that sort of thing. And there's
Point them? How would you correct all that?
It's problematic. And also the hair, because if you see the men who go off for their hair transplants in Turkey, and you see hordes of them with massive bandages around the back of the head and all the rest of it, which is not necessary.
And the thing is, with the massive waiting list, it's not urgent, so it's not severe. But you're then here. You come back to the NHS. You come back to this country. You need corrective surgery, which shouldn't really be done on the NHS, but needs to be. And then you're in a waiting list. So you know,
and a lot of it is cosmetic, as you're saying. I actually went to Istanbul last year, and the amount of tourists who had the famous turkey teeth, or loads of people walking around with. I was thinking, why have they got plasters on their nose? It's because people have been having, nose jobs and stuff like that. It is a really sort of booming trade over there.
I had my hairline redone.
Wow.
In Manchester.
Well, that's a long way to go.
Manchester.
Yeah, so you were a health tourist.
Yeah, but I was there and back in the day.
That's amazing.
And none of this bandages on the back of your head and all that sort of stuff. It was just not necessary.
You're in safe hands. It's very risky.
With someone who is a real professional.
Yeah.
And not.
But my mother had essential dental work, like root canal stuff that. In South Africa, because she was going there. It would have cost really thousands here, and it was expensive there, but not as much.
Not as much.
But it's just having that recovery time and also being able to go back to your surgeon if they've done something.
That's it. I mean, it's not to say some countries don't have first-rate medics, but...
Big decision to do that stuff abroad and then come home, and often people then go out, they're drinking, they're in the sun, all the things that you probably shouldn't do post-surgery.
You still have the holiday.
Oddly enough, healthcare in Mexico is very, very good. They're very, very good. Which is weird. But as you say, for any issues, how would you then...
Yes, how do you address the issues?
How do you get the follow-up? Yeah, exactly.
Fraser, let's have a look at a loophole that's been identified in The Sun to do with asylum.
Yeah, so this is kind of the news that... We know that Labour is going to overturn the Rwanda scheme, but there's a less discussed aspect of their immigration policy is they will probably also overturn the illegal migration bill, which at the moment generally makes it impossible. If you arrive here illegally, you cannot claim asylum. This is passed under Rishi Sunak. But people have identified a loophole that means that Labour will be able to essentially grant asylum to people who've come over on small boats, even without repealing the law, so even without going through Parliament. And essentially, the logic here is that if people are not going to be sent for processing in Rwanda, and they're probably not going to be deported, then they'll be assessed for asylum. And it looks likely that, everyone who's earmarked for Rwanda, or one charity said that 70% of the people who are earmarked for Rwanda will just be granted the right to stay here under Labour's scheme. Now, this was a refugee charity, so they're putting that in a positive way, but I think, many members of the public might be slightly alarmed by.
It sends a very odd... The problem with that is it's all about messaging, isn't it? And it sends a very odd message to those people we're trying to dissuade from coming here.
I know, and it's a bit like Rishi Sunak last week's debate saying, there are people literally waiting at Calais, waiting for Labour to get in so they can jump on a dinghy. I mean, it was a bit far-fetched.
Yeah.
But it does remove that deterrent aspect of Rwanda, which, I'm not sure it was that much of a deterrent. I think people are coming over because they can come over, because it's fine weather, because they can get here and disappear. But, yeah, exactly. Once again, Labour loopholes.
Princess Anne.
Yes.
At last has come out of hospital. It's quite a shock that she spent so long in hospital, actually.
She was, yes. She was in hospital in Bristol for 5 days after this weird incident where it's not quite clear what happened. She seems to have been hit by either the horse's legs or the horse's head. She can't quite recall, apparently, what happened. She's 73, and so they've cancelled all her engagements all this week and a trip to Canada. And for the moment, she's resting, but she's sort of out of action. So another senior royal Royal, who's been really stepping up, is out of action
for the foreseeable future, they say.
For the foreseeable future,
which is
yeah.
Slightly ominous to hear.
Well, I think it's sort of ultra caution, and she's obviously in her 70s, and I don't think there's any suggestion at the moment that she's very ill. But yeah, 5 days is a long stay. I suppose with head injuries, they have to be very, very
careful.
Yes.
Yeah, incredibly sad. I'm a Republican, but I love Princess Anne, and she's one of the. She reminds me very much of the Queen as one of the sort of royals that, you know, is just devoted to the nation, devoted to, you know, a person who takes duty very seriously.
Yes.
Certainly not one of the Harrys or Meghans of this world. So, obviously, yeah, wish her the best of luck.
Yeah, duty is everything for her.
She's keep calm and carry on.
Exactly, and quiet duty as well.
Yeah. Just very quickly, can we have a look at the No Young Rockers at Glastonbury?
Yeah, well, apparently they haven't been able to find enough young rock acts. Emily Evis, one of the, the festival organiser. Well, she was also interestingly talking about the election, the sort of pre-election thing, and how the festival being the week before that has slightly disrupted plans. But yeah, she's saying there aren't a huge number of younger rock acts to choose from. They've got Dua Lipa, and then they've got how do you say SZA?
SZA.
SZA.
That's how you pronounce it.
So I'm not cool enough to say that, but Fraser can say it beautifully. SZA. But apart from that, it's all older people like Shania Twain and
Do you think the young rockers
acts.
look upon Glastonbury as a bit old hat now? Maybe it's past it.
Or are they just not as huge as acts used to be? Absolutely, like massive, like Pink Floyd or Coldplay.
You two are so huge, we have to cut you off in your prime.
Yeah,
Thank you very much indeed.
Right, now
Here's
it's
your
time for the weather.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere, there will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the Central Belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than a few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the West Coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For a chance to win £30,000 £30,000 in tax-free cash? Text CASH to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
So there was a calf that was run down by a Surrey police car. It's now being nursed back to health, according to the family who own the farm that the calf escaped from.
Well, he didn't just run him over once, he ran him over twice.
No, we're not showing you the footage. The footage is really shocking. The police officer who was driving this vehicle has now been taken off frontline duties until a full investigation is completed. And I feel like I'm yet again the only person in the country who thinks the police officer was just doing his job. That police officer, probably a young guy who's got dual carriageways left, right and centre in that area. Do you know what the most popular business is in that area in Feltham?
Farming.
McDonald's drive-through. It's got a queue round the block anytime you go around that area. And all those people queuing for McDonald's who are now outraged that this poor cow had to die.
Because it's going to be at McDonald's at some point.
At some point it was going to die. I'm really sorry. If you eat meat, you can't be upset by a cow dying. I think the fast roads with cars at 10 o'clock at night in the dark, they're not expecting a cow to walk out in the middle of the night. There would have been a massive pile-up. Then there'd been, like, who knows how many people dead. And then the police would have been criticised for not neutralising the threat.
The thing is, it was because he did... why... You could see the first time, the calf could barely stand up. I just don't get why I had to then go and do it a second time.
Well, I suppose at that point it's a bit like if you run over like a deer on the side of the road, you know, and if the police they're going to kill the animal to put it out of its misery. That's all I can presume. And the guy's not trained. This is Feltham. It isn't Texas. He's not going to come out with a lasso. He doesn't know what to do.
Where did this happen, Feltham?
Feltham. I'm sure the inbox is now going to be full of people saying, "Bev, you're outrageous. You lack compassion."
No, there will be people who agree with you. But if it had been done once, that was enough. But I don't think it needed to do it the second time.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning to you. Can Joe Biden survive?
The US president promises to stay in the race, despite calls for him to step down after his woeful performance during the presidential debate.
Well, that's as Donald Trump claims Biden didn't know what the hell he was doing during the exchange. That was him speaking at a rally in Virginia.
And then Biden admits he doesn't debate as well as he used to, and he said that in front of crowds in North Carolina.
Also today, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage insists footage showing racist comments made by a campaigner was a setup, as Rishi Sunak condemns the racial slurs made against him.
A new portrait of King Charles in military uniform is unveiled to mark today's Armed Forces Day.
And friends of missing teenager Jay Slater says he saw the 19-year-old slipping on rocks during a video call on the day he vanished.
Dua Lipa hits all the right notes at this year's Glastonbury Festival as she headlines the famous Pyramid Stage.
It's match day -1 for the Three Lions at the Euros, with England cricket captain Ben Stokes telling pundits they're being too harsh on Gareth Southgate's side. We'll discuss that, while also looking ahead to Wimbledon, which also gets underway on Monday.
The brief hot spell many places experienced through the week is now over. What does that mean for the weekend's weather? Will it be a washout, or will there still be some sunshine around? I'll have all the details in the forecast coming up soon.
It's just got 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Someone's just been in touch with it, and I don't know where you've got it from. Bill Fry. There's so many polls out at the minute, and Bill doesn't state where this one, but it's not like a way out one. Labour 38% says Bill, Libs 11%, Conservatives 18%, Reform 21%.
21.
I mean, they do seem to be. Look at a lot of the polls, and we had a GB News MRP poll on Thursday. and Reform that seem to be consistently outperforming the Conservatives. Consistently. But, of course, that's a nation... So it's spread thin, as it were, so it won't mean more seats than the Conservatives.
No, but it does mean support, doesn't it?
It does mean support.
And if you're looking to... If you presume that Labour will win, then what is going to be very interesting is what the other parties do and where they fall.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to sort of being official opposition. Or
well, it was Lib Dems, according to the poll on Thursday. Lib Dems with 71 seats, Tories with 60. I think it was 18 for Reform.
But will it go the way... I mean, if you were stopped in the street now and just asked, if you were polled, literally, and asked how you were going to vote, would you necessarily, A, tell the truth, or B, if you're just sort of wondering, you might say one thing but actually do another?
I think that's going to be the big thing in this election, I think, is all those people who aren't sure. And I think there's a lot who just don't know. So then do you take a chance on something different or do you stick with what you know? That could change everything.
And is it causing arguments at home?
Oh.
I can only imagine.
Are you talking politics when the boys are around or not?
Yeah, but definitely, yes. But if it's happening in my family, it must be happening in other families. You might get people who've always voted Tory and you always have, or mum and dad always have, but the kids have done something else. And suddenly everybody's questioning their loyalty again. It gives rise to arguments, I can tell you.
I've never known an election campaign where people are talking so much about it, which I think is really interesting.
Yes.
I mean,
that has to be good for democracy, doesn't it?
You'd think so, but then it does seem to be a lot of people say, well, I'm not going to bother.
Yeah.
I know some people in their 80s who've always been very politically active, who've said to me, well, we're not going to bother.
Well, they say I just hate the lot of them. Can't bring myself to vote for any of them.
I honestly think you should go and vote, even if you spoil the ballot, because at least you counted in the turnout then.
Or even if you vote tactically, so at least you've had some sort of a say.
Yeah, your voice needs to be heard. But it's an interesting one. I'll be so disappointed if turnout is as low as people expect.
I wonder.
Because I think then that just... Whoever wins then loses legitimacy.
Yeah.
Like got to have a decent turnout.
I wonder what the last day will be, the last day of campaigning, which is Wednesday.
Wednesday,
yeah. I wonder, what would you do on your last day to try and just shift the vote your way? It'd be very interesting to see what the politicians do on Wednesday.
I don't know. And it's interesting, a lot of people getting in touch. There is a Reform rally, I don't know where it is now, on Sunday, apparently. And apparently they're expecting 100,000 people there. Now, again, whether that proves to be the case or not, we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to jump the gun. But I just think it's interesting that is the one party that has enthusiasm for it. There is momentum behind it.
Yes, there is a momentum behind.
Whereas the other parties, it's
sort of
a bit more lacklustre.
Labour playing it terribly safe because they just don't want to, compromise their vote at the moment.
They don't want to. They've got everything to lose.
The Tories are just trying to think of anything that might change us from turning away from them.
And Lib Dems going to another theme park. But
it actually seems to be working. Well. It does seem to be working
for them.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anyway, very interesting, and it's going to be very interesting in this last week. And come overnight Thursday, I hope you join us for all the coverage that we've got as those results start to flood in. It's going to be quite exciting.
Meanwhile, we've got this all going on. They certainly have in the States. The US President Joe Biden says he intends to win the election in his first public event since his struggle during the first televised debate. He was on form, actually, and he spoke at a rally in North Carolina where Democrats are hoping to win the state back from the Republicans this November.
Yeah, he said America itself is at stake, and he accused the former president, Donald Trump, of repeatedly lying and said he has the morals of an alley cat. Well, after his very shaky performance during the debate, President Biden directly addressed the limits of his age.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
When life delivers you lemons, you make lemonade. Isn't that what they always say in America? Earlier, we spoke to the professor of the US and international politics at the Clinton Institute, Scott Lucas.
You know, it's an easy thing to say replace Biden, but you got some serious practical difficulties, which is you've got to bring in a candidate and establish their platform and do it very, very quickly against a guy named Trump, who has these mountains of lies that you have to try to dissect. And that's a real tall order, because right now Trump is sucking all the oxygen out of the room where the issues aren't actually getting covered in this election. And if you bring in a new Democrat, they've got to hit the ground running to try to do that.
Yeah, but if they don't, they may as well just concede now. When you look at that performance on Thursday, I mean, look, whether you like the man or not, and it's not to have a dig at someone for being old, but he's clearly not capable of doing the job. I mean, that seems to be the harsh reality of it all.
Yeah, I would have said until recently, based on, he gave a very strong performance, you know, at the State of the Union address, which was full of important points back in February. He gave very important speeches during the recent commemorations in Normandy for D-Day, including support for Ukraine. But I think you're right, Stephen. I think the fact is that you cannot have a candidate who on style rather than substance performs like that. And that's why I go back to what I said at the start, which is pray for America. Because if Joe Biden can't campaign effectively like that, you've got a man coming into office who has said that on day one, he's going to act like a dictator, who's going to go after his enemies, who is going to cut all assistance to Ukraine against the aggression of Russia and his friend Vladimir Putin, and who possibly could threaten our interest in the UK and in Europe by pulling out of NATO.
So is there anything the Democratic Party can do now?
It's almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. I think, as you know, I just indicated in the answer to Stephen, you're damned if you don't, if Biden can't step up to the mark. The damned if you do is that as soon as you bring in someone else, like Kamala Harris, who has an uphill battle because the Biden administration really has prevented her from building momentum all through this first term. As soon as you bring someone in like that, the Democrats are going to be accused of looking weak, looking desperate, looking like they're panicking. And somehow you've got to change that narrative. And unfortunately, the U.S. media is locked so much into the lines about basically style and spectacle. You can't get a look in whether you're talking about women's rights, including abortion rights, where Trump lied incessantly about important issues like immigration, the economy, and important issues about our security over here. You know, how do you do that when you have to fact check Trump almost every 15 seconds?
Heck. Well, it's, I mean, what an interesting few months it's going to be stateside.
It really is.
Well, there you go. Let's have a look at what's going to be a very interesting week in British politics. Last night, Nigel Farage, Reform UK leader, insisted that footage showing racist comments apparently made by a campaigner was a set-up.
Yes, it was all about this guy called Andrew Parker, who was seen making a series of really offensive remarks about Rishi Sunak. He has now apologised and insists that he was goaded into making them.
Well, the Prime Minister condemned the slurs against him, said it was part of a broader pattern of behaviour. Well, earlier we spoke to the Immigration and Justice spokesperson for Reform, Anne Widdecombe.
We need to look at the facts. The facts are that the man in question is an actor. He has been in roles on television. He lists among his interests secret filmmaking. He was using a voice that, as far as we can make out, is his actor's voice, not his own. So you've got to ask exactly what was he doing? And I think there needs to be an investigation. I mean, it looks to me like a setup, but if it isn't, then let Channel 4 give us all the facts.
It's fair to say in all of this, Anne, though, isn't it, that because Nigel Farage came out and condemned this so quickly, in a way it would have been put to bed, wouldn't it, if you hadn't then pursued this line of saying, well, it's a set-up. Perhaps that's something that could have been pursued after the election and allowed this to be finished.
No, I fundamentally disagree with you. There is a pattern now in the media of trying to prove that reform has an awful lot of very undesirable people, and that somehow, we should have known about it and we should be able to stop it. Now, when it comes to volunteers, let me tell you this. Volunteers are entirely self-selecting. They roll up at the campaign offices, they say, can I distribute literature, can I canvass, can I do whatever it is, and they just go and do it. Now, I know that because when I was young and was ambitious in the Tory party, I used to be a volunteer. Nobody ever checked me out because there simply isn't the time. You do check out candidates, and where our candidates have erred and strayed, we, like the other parties, have reacted very quickly. It's cross-party problem. So I think this was part of a pattern and very gleefully shown, I think. And therefore, yeah, we were absolutely right to call it out.
But I mean,
my phone was hot that morning with people saying, hang on, this is an actor.
It's really interesting what she said there. It is a point that has been made before. If you just turn up at somebody's office and say, I'd like to give out leaflets or something for you, you become one of their campaigners.
And that's it.
And that's it. You could be anyone, really, couldn't you?
So you could infiltrate if you wanted. Someone been in touch and said, because this gentleman involved says he was goaded into making the comments. By whom?
Who goaded him?
Is a very legitimate question in all of that. I mean, it seems like this needs to be sorted out one way or another. By the way, I was saying about this, there's this big reform event on Sunday. It's at the NEC in Birmingham.
In Birmingham.
Lots of thank you for all of you who got in touch with that detail for us this morning.
Jolly good. Well, joining us now is GB News' political correspondent, Olivia Utley, who we gather is at a coffee morning. But, and it looks lovely. Olivia, where are you and what are you up to?
Hello, yes, I'm in the southeast of England where Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party and probably our Prime Minister this time next week, he is speaking to veterans today. Now, defence has become a really key battle line in this election, and both Starmer and Sunak are planning to concentrate on it in a big way in the next 5 days leading up to the election. The Labour Party wants to show that it is very serious about veterans. It's able to say, which is a pretty amazing stat, that it has 14 veterans standing to be Labour MPs in this election. That's twice as many as they fielded in 2019. But Sunak has the upper hand when it comes to defence spending. He's promised to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence by 2030. Now, that's actually less than what most senior figures in the military and actually what the subsequent defence secretaries, one after the other, have said that they want. They want 3% of defence spending. Sunak has promised 2.5%, and Keir Starmer has so far failed to match that. Let's see if that changes in the next few days, because the Labour Party is really, really keen to show that it is serious about defence. It's a very useful way, if you're looking at it quite cynically, for Keir Starmer to prove once again the differences between himself and Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn, of course, famously wanted to scrap the Trident nuclear deterrent. Now, Keir Starmer feels very differently about that and does seem to be pretty serious about investing in defence. I think he might go down pretty well, actually, with the veterans at this coffee morning today.
Yes, well, it will be very interesting to see whether he does come up with anything extra for them today. Maybe pledging more.
Well, absolutely. And I think that's going to be something that we'll all be watching out for when he making tea for veterans. I mean, it's all very well, but unless there's some sort of concrete promise to go with that, Sunak will see it as his opportunity to step in and take that ground. I mean, veterans and defence is normally something which the Conservatives feel very, very comfortable talking about. So this is yet another example of Labour sort of stealing the Conservatives' clothes. And it's getting quite uncomfortable for the Tories just 4 days away now from the general election.
OK.
Can you believe it?
No, Olivia, for now, thanks very much indeed. I'll be glad when it's all over now.
Well, but weeks ago you were saying, oh, you know, this is all going to be a bit dull and everything. It really hasn't been. Things have happened that you would never have predicted 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? It's going to be one to watch on Thursday night.
Ooh, it will, yes.
Right. Let's see what the weather's going to do for you today. We've lost the edge of summer a little bit. Here's Aidan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere. There will be some cloud and rain around, for example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the central belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than a few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the west coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland, into Northern Ireland, northwest England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies, though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south, meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, time for the Great British Giveaway now, and it is a big one. The chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash.
It's our biggest prize to date, so here's how you could win it.
It's our summer treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest cash prize of the year so far. With an extra £30,000 in your bank account this year, you could take the ultimate financial holiday and send some of those day-to-day financial stresses packing. £30,000 could get you those nagging home improvements done, buy that brand new car, or just enable you to kick back and relax for the rest of the year. For a chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text CASH to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Still to come, more about Armed Forces Day. That's coming up next. You're watching GB News Breakfast.
This election night, we're putting on a party.
And you are invited.
We'll be here with you.
Following all the twists and turns.
As well as all the live reaction from our election night watch party.
With our GB News lineup.
And as morning breaks, we'll be here with breakfast from 6 a.m.
As it becomes clear who the winners and the losers really are.
Vote 2024.
Thursday, the 4th of July.
Only on GB News.
Britain's election channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
The University of Cambridge has told students to stop flirting with staff under a new policy banning sexual relationships with professors. The new rules, which come into force next month, beginning of July, include a warning against behaviour that could be interpreted as flirtatious. University staff have been told they must report any behaviour that could constitute a student making advances towards a personal, particularly intimate relationship with them. If you're a tutor, how do you interpret what is flirting and what is just sort of like having a bit of banter?
In fact, you've got to
Very nice trousers, by the way.
Thank you.
You see, you didn't even recognise.
Oh, I didn't.
Very well
I think I'm blushing now. I'm blushing.
So, what's flirting? What's me complimenting your very well-fitting trousers? Yes.
Well, there is a line, because obviously when you're 18 and you go to university, it might be the first time you're away from home. It might be the first time that you're open to maybe a bit of the nightlife, social activity, drinking, and all the rest of it. On the flip side, I know a couple who, the pupil ended up dating their professor, and they've been together for about sort of 15 years now. So I used to go after lectures with my professor and the whole seminar. We used to go to the pub afterwards, and I became very good friends with, she was a mature student. She was on the very, very far left of political. You wondered where that was going for a second, didn't you?
We're both reading a huge sigh of relief.
Very quick for you, Joe. We're running out of very nice trousers as well. We're running
Thank you, not as snug as Charlie. I think you've got to have some rules in place that there's no abuse of power. Policing it's difficult. We ought to be in a position where you can say, get off, back off, or, banter's fine. Actually, I hate that word. I hate it almost as much as woke. Go on, email in.
Thank you very much. I'm flirting with both.
The People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. This is GB News, Britain's election channel.
Now, a new portrait of His Majesty the King has been released to mark Armed Forces Day today.
Yeah, and of course Armed Forces Day aims to encourage the public to show their support for all servicemen and women and the contributions they make and continue to make to our country.
Well, our reporter, Ray Addison, is by Tower Bridge for us this morning, where there's going to be, a walk, sponsored walk, as it were, Ray, to raise money and raise awareness.
Yeah, you'd be pleased to know I actually know where I am now. I'm in Trinity Square Gardens by the Tower of London, and this is the starting place for the 13 Bridges Challenge. Now, that's a 10-mile walk, as you just said, crossing 13 bridges, including Tower, London, Blackfriars, Westminster, Lambeth, and others, and it ends after Chelsea Bridge. Now, there's around 1,000 people taking part in this today, and you can see there's starting to be a bit of increased activity around me. The first group, because they put people into groups and they leave. First group left at 8, and they're going to continue up until around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, it's an annual event. It's organised each year by the SSAFA, that's the Armed Forces Charity, and everyone pays 25 quid to take part, and that raises money for currently serving personnel, service families, veterans, and Army and Navy cadets as well. And particularly that money is used when those people are in their time of need. So it's a very good cause. We've got people from all ages, all backgrounds here. I can see some very young children, boys and girls, all the way up to people in retirement age as well, taking on that 10-mile challenge. And it's a real opportunity for them to show their appreciation to the military community for everything that they do to us. I caught up with one person taking part a little bit earlier on. Now, this is Tao Nguyen. She's a medic officer in the Army Reserves. She's an NHS GP, and she's also the medical advisor for the Armed Forces Charity as well. So she's a busy woman. This is what she had to say.
It's really important to have the community supporting SAFA, the military charity, the oldest military charity in the UK, and all the great work that they're doing to support our armed forces community, including the veterans, and as a community coming together and doing a wellness activity, keeping ourselves physically active, doing the 13 Bridges Challenge. It's really important for me to be a doctor in the Army as well, because one of my roles is keep them fit but also bring them home as much as we can.
What's really nice is around this route, various points, there are event marshals. Now, these are all current or former military personnel, and so there's an opportunity there for people who haven't served but have got questions about it, to talk to people about their experiences and find out how the Armed Forces charity has helped them. There's also a group of people around the country taking part in this challenge virtually. So whether that's on a cross trainer at home or just going for a walk in their nearby community, they're taking part in this and raising funds for the Armed Forces.
Yeah, great stuff. Ray, thanks very much indeed.
It looks like a good day for it as well.
It does, actually.
Rather good, doing the 13 bridges, that's sightseeing on the way. Now, joining us in the studio is Sean Johnson, an Army vet and co-host of military YouTube channel On Parade UK. Have I got that right?
That's it, and you got it right.
That's it. What are you going to be up to today?
Well, I'm going to be celebrating, like loads of other veterans and service personnel across the UK and hopefully across the world. And it's a fantastic day to do it as well. We've got a great weekend, haven't we? We've got the tennis on Monday. We've got the football. Well, forget the football tomorrow.
Well, keep an open mind.
But it's what's not to like about Britain at the moment.
Well, there's a few things.
It's good to hear you being so positive.
Because I was in the army, and that's why we joined the army, so we can do what we do, so we can have this freedom, and some at cost. You know, that's why we do it.
But you see, that's interesting because in terms of that freedom and what you do, it does come at a huge cost, actually. Even for people who come out the other side, obviously it can be difficult getting back onto Civvy Street. Never mind those with injuries and those families who lose people. There's not enough. I still think there's not enough respect out there for what people like you and others have done for us.
Well, we spoke about this last time, didn't we? There used to be, back in the day, where every veteran would go, serving personnel would go home on leave, and the pints would be stacked up on the bar, and people respected who you were. Again, we spoke last time. I just think we're in these changing times that are going so fast. We can't keep our feet on the ground, but we have to remember all the time, to respect every single person who gives us the right to say and do what we do today in a free country. But yeah, I don't think it's the same as it was. The army's shrinking. I heard you talk about that before. I think when I joined, there was like 120,000 in the army itself. I think we've got, 70-odd thousand in the military.
What made you join?
I'm a strong military family. And I was born in the military. I went to school in Malta and Cyprus and Germany. They were different times. And when we came back to the UK, my spiritual home, Blackburn, Lancashire, I liked it. But I thought, I'm not staying in one place. So my brothers joined. Mark went off to the Falklands, and then I thought, you know what, I'm doing this. I'm going in, and I signed up for the artillery.
But what was your experience in terms of knowing the risk you were taking?
A young lad then, I don't think one cared about the risk. If you remember last time I was talking about my first welcome to the British Army was through the IRA days, and a bomb went off at 3 o'clock in the morning. That was the first realisation, welcome to the British Army. But you know what, we were young lads, we fought through that, we didn't give it a second thought.
Yeah, you just got on with the job.
You did. It's just when you came out of the military and you thought, right, that was interesting, I've just done 12 years, a whirlwind of like nothing before, what do I do now? I thought Civvy Street would be an absolute breeze. And I spent a lot of time working for a fantastic military charity, the Poppy Factory, one of the oldest charities down in Richmond. And I work with veterans on the phone every day. And there's a lot of similarity about getting back into civvy life. It's not easy.
No, I say people don't appreciate that. You lose... I mean, you're basically institutionalised, aren't you?
You definitely are, because you've got to take a human being and say, right, let's get you trained up now to, let's be brutal, honest, to kill if you have to. Once you've done, no matter how long you served, who turns the tap off? Who switches it off? Not easy. You're just on the back foot.
But it's not just about being trained to be killed or to kill. It's about being trained to protect your fellow soldiers and expect the same of them. In other words, work as a very close-knit team.
You're absolutely right.
And that must be awful to pull away from. You must miss that
Yeah, you do. It is that old Shakespeare thing, band of brothers. It really is a band of brothers and sisters. You are on tours of duty, watching each other's back. You do it all the time. When you come out into Civvy Street, who's watching you back then? And paranoia is a big one as well. You lose that, and trust. So how do you slot back in to a world that you've left so many years before? Not easy, but we're doing lots of more work now than ever before to try and make sure that we can do that.
How helpful is it? I mean, with there's loads of charities out there, with SAFA, the Headspace, Combat Stress, Head Up. There's loads, and they're all doing fantastic work. But even things like having the YouTube channel. Which is sort of reflecting on all things military, but also your experience as well. How useful is that to people so they can tap into something and know they're connected to someone who understands?
Communication, keeping the communication alive. The channel that we run, Unparade, we launched that during COVID, and we realised we were all isolated, weren't we? And it's bad enough if you're trying to find your way in Civvy Street. So I got together with a former para, Neil Davis, a former award-winning documentary filmmaker. How can we pool our talents, we said? Can we talk to people, keep it alive? So we launched the channel, and then we thought we'd knock it on the head after COVID was lifted. And we kept going with it because people wanted more. And it was that communication. And then people would write and say, thank you, I've got some meaning. I know where I'm going in life now.
I mean, I know when you do a YouTube channel, you can see how many people are watching.
Yeah.
Is there any particular time of day or night when your viewer figures go up?
It's a hard one. I was talking to you earlier today. We've just launched Shot at Dawn, a really gripping documentary made in Popperinga, Belgium. And I think we launched it at the right time. We had 25,000 hits last few weeks and still going. But that's made a huge impact. We've got people from America, teachers who are now saying, thank you for sharing this knowledge. We're going to share this now with our children in school so they can understand.
Yes, because they need to, don't they?
Of course, and that's another thing. Are we doing enough? Are we educating our children?
No, I don't think we are.
Where does it start?
But it's interesting with that because obviously they've just reopened the Shot at Dawn Memorial at the National Arboretum in Staffordshire. So that's just so actually there is a bit of focus on that at the moment, which is a good thing because we need to understand our mistakes.
Yeah. And we featured the story of a lady who asked her parents or her mum or something, what did Grandad serve in the war? And she wouldn't say. The family had hushed it up because actually, yes, he'd been conscripted, but he'd ended up being shot at dawn. And it was something of which to be terribly ashamed at the time and not given a proper grave either. I mean, you can't believe it now, can you?
If you get a moment, just have a watch at the film, Anne. It really is gripping. I went to the Arboretum. I went to that Shot at Dawn Memorial. It is eerie. It is at the far eastern side where the sun rises. It's right where it's placed. Those 306 stakes.
It breaks your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah. And what I did, I pulled out a few names from that, and we looked into who they were as human beings, as people, and actually we tried to give them a voice as well, create their voice and tell their story. And my wife was very, very helpful with this. It took me about 4 or 5 months to put the film together, but we felt I got to know these young lads and the families as well. Back then, if you were a wife of a soldier who'd been shot at dawn, you couldn't even get a pension. They were thrown out, and it was just shame.
How do we access it? How can we see
On Parade UK, it's called Shot at Dawn.
So you go to On Parade UK first.
Shot at Dawn. Have a little look at that film, and it's just stunning, yeah.
We're out of time. Just as before I let you go, it's one of the things that always strikes me with you is the long hair. You see, were you one of these ones who, as soon as you left, grew a beard and all the things you can't do in the army?
You know, before I joined the army, I was a heavy metal lad, and when I joined the army, they whipped it all off, and I remember thinking, I'm handing in my MOD 90, my ID card. Now, where's the Q stores? I want my hair back. Yeah, put it back on.
And now you look as though you're off to Glastonbury.
People say I've just come off the beach.
Look, Sean, really good to see you.
It's lovely to see you.
God bless you.
Some benefits to handing your Mod 90 back. You go, get your hair back. Oh, lovely stuff. Right, we've got the sport with Aidan heading your way in just a minute.
This is GB News. Britain's news channel.
In World War I, 309 men from Britain and the Commonwealth never came home because they'd been shot at dawn. The majority were killed for desertion, cowardice and sleeping at post. Appearing at their court-martials and told they'd brought shame on their country, these men had no opportunity to defend themselves and were executed by a firing squad. The National Memorial Arboretum launched a fundraising campaign to restore the memorial, which has stood for more than 20 years.
Thank you to your viewers for their support for the fundraising campaign. And thanks to the generosity of so many people, we've been able to replace all 309 of the posts that represent those young men that were shot in the First World War, restoration of this really precious memorial.
The centrepiece of the memorial is the young soldier, blindfolded and facing his execution. In September 1916, Private Harry Farr was ordered to the front. Already suffering from shell shock, he was overwhelmed and refused his orders. He was court-martialed, and in a trial lasting only 20 minutes, he was sentenced to death. On the day of his execution, he faced the firing squad without a blindfold. Janet Booth is Private Farr's granddaughter and was part of the public campaign to have those who were shot at dawn officially pardoned.
When I asked my gran, do you know where I could find Harry's grave? And she looked at my mother and there was this sort of look between them, and then she said, well, he hasn't got a grave because they didn't warrant, he deserved one because he was shot as a coward and had let his country down. We can come here as a family and pay our respects to him, and also for all the other families, it's somewhere to come and remember their loved ones.
The People's Channel.
On election night, we are throwing a party.
The GB News Election Night Watch Party will be live from Essex and you are all invited.
On air from 10 o'clock, we'll have familiar faces from across the channel, entertainment and lots more stuff as we keep our eye on all the results as they come flying in.
If you want to join our live Election Night Watch Party audience, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/election party.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true. You're not wrong. No one will be cancelled. Lovely.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, let's talk sport with Aidan McGee. We better talk... Actually, let's talk Anthony Gordon. Because, doesn't he look a mess at the minute?
He did, actually. So the pictures
what a
emerged...
shame. What a shame.
Oh, no, well, it is, actually, because the pictures emerged earlier in the week, so the main one, you'll see it in a moment when we throw to him, but there's a gash on his chin.
Yeah, a big gash on his chin.
But it's also on his arms, and you wonder how far away it was to actually jeopardising his condition in terms of playing the match.
Being able
I
to
think
play.
the fact that, knowing the FA as I do, I think the fact that they put him up for interview suggests he's got a reasonable chance of playing tomorrow. But this is the accident he had, and he'll explain it to us now.
Meant to be a recovery bike ride. It was a lovely day, and I was going down a hill. I tried to take a quick video for my family, just to show them what I was doing. And then before I knew it, I was face first into the floor. Because I was on my phone, I actually didn't know I was falling off until I hit the floor. Because I was just focused on my phone. And like I said, went chin first. I think the moral of that story is we probably spend too much time on our phones these days. So just enjoy the moments instead of going on your phone.
What a mess.
I know. You see the arms as well.
Really
You see the
terrible, all his knuckles and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm glad he's all right, but it just shows what a foolish thing he was doing, which he admits.
Well, he said he didn't actually, when he was off balance, he didn't know he was off balance because he was still...
Because he was looking at the...
He was still looking...
So basically, he was filming himself riding along and holding it out or something as he was biking.
Yeah. But he said if he plays tomorrow and he scores, he's going to do a bike celebration.
Yeah, well,
suggested,
good on him.
break dancing, perhaps.
I'll tell you what, he comes across... I don't really know him. He comes across as a really nice lad.
He's a decent guy, yeah.
Mind you, Northwest. You can't go wrong. Anyone from the northwest.
He lives in the northeast now because he plays for Newcastle. But he's really coming to the second half of the season. He's really.
Well, at least he's not lost the accent.
No, true. That'd be quite difficult.
Good on him, nice lad,
wouldn't it? But,
what about the complaints though about the team? Because I mean, I love the fact that Ben Stokes, the cricketing teams, got involved in all this.
Well, they've been under. To be fair, they've been under their fair share of spotlight and pressure over the years. I mean, the England cricket team has a checkered history of failure. Although in the last 10, 12 years or so, it's done pretty well as well.
Spin it. You spin it.
Checkered history of failure.
Well, listen. Ben Stokes was asked about his opinion on this kind of scrutiny that the England football team are facing, and he comes at it from a slightly different angle. But let's have a listen to see what he had to say on that.
Unfortunately, it's just the way that sort of, I guess, the English mentality is their team gets through to a knockout stages and we're getting a load of grief. So, interesting, yeah. I mean, I know what it's like. But I guess that comes from expectation and everyone wanting their team to do well. But yeah, let's just believe, eh?
So that's Ben Stokes there, England's cricket captain, and as I say, he's been under his fair share of pressure over the years. In fact, he even had problems with mental health. He had to speak to someone as well. So
he did.
He did. Yes, it shows the pressure that you can be under. But you know what? Pressure at elite level sport is never going to go away, Stephen. Especially when you're as unsuccessful as the England football team have been over the years. Yes, there's been an improvement in recent years under Gareth Southgate, but there's only one, as Anne pointed out. I think at 6 o'clock this morning, it was. I think Jeff Hurst is the only England footballer to have won something. The only one left of 66, and the only one with a winner's medal under his belt. So
they've won nothing since 66.
No, they've been in the final of Euros 3 years ago, Euros 2020, but it's played in 2021. They've been to a couple of semi-finals, obviously. Euro
but never won anything.
Never won anything, never got over the line, and that's why it's such a big thing. I mean, when I was growing up, it was will we ever see a Grand Slam winner in tennis, male or female? We've seen both now. When I was really, really small, it was will we ever see a 100 metres runner winner at the Olympics? And we saw that with Linford Christie in '92. So bit by bit, they've been, and obviously England improved with the Ashes and everything, so they got that over the line. But football's the big one, and that's where the pressure is. And you just have to suck it up and cope with it. And Gareth Southgate, somebody who doesn't look at social media or anything during the tournament.
I don't blame him for that.
But that's obviously judging by Anthony Gordon's experience, it doesn't apply to the players, does it?
What was the year when we really came close? We thought we might, and they brought out the song about football's coming home.
Euro 96.
That was 96,
yes, and the problem is most of these defeats have been on penalties. So for the most part, we've not even been beaten properly in normal time. They just, again, comes down to pressure. And the penalties is something under.
That's why I hate penalties. It's so unfair.
It's coming home. It's just a very slow.
Yeah, I said at the time, football's coming home, but unfortunately lost it. Forgot the front door key.
Oh.
Yeah. Right. Talking about pressure, being under pressure, can we talk about Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois, because they've had a face-off ahead of when's their clash? September the 21st at Wembley. But talk about tension in the air. He cut it with a knife.
I know, exactly. Well, they had a face-to-face. It's quite common in the last sort of 5-10 years, and we've seen boxers sit down and have a chat over the desk about what's going to happen, and that's where the psychological kind of jousting first starts.
Yeah, but it's also an absolute. Yes, exactly.
I'm going to do you in, McGee. I'm going to do you in, McGee.
It's for the ticket sales. It's for the fans.
I believe you. That's what I'm worried about. But no, let's have a look, because it's about 30 seconds worth of footage, but it gives you a little bit of a glimpse into the mindset of both fighters.
If you want to go now, let's go.
Relax.
If you want to go now, let's go.
Chair across your face. Don't disrespect.
No, you can't intimidate me.
Don't disrespect.
You can't intimidate me.
Don't disrespect.
You can't intimidate me.
Daniel, don't disrespect.
Who do you think you are?
Daniel, don't disrespect me. You can't put this face. No, don't disrespect me on my life.
No, man. It's okay.
I want this little boy. Don't disrespect me, bro.
No.
I know who the this guy thinks.
No. We'll do it with me. No.
It's good. Don't take disrespect lightly, Dan. It's good. Dan, don't take disrespect lightly, you know. Don't sit on the table telling me we can go now and do all of this and that. And try to call me out.
I sort of just wish they'd got on with it.
I know. It makes me laugh, though, because, I mean, one's 6'5", one's 6'6". They're both probably around 17, 18 stone mark. But one turns up for a potential ruck in a waistcoat. The other one turns up in a vest. I mean, one was obviously geared for the fight. The other one
and they never raised their voices.
No.
It's very subtle, isn't it?
That's what's intimidating.
Yeah. They're already hugging and kissing offset as well.
Yeah, I bet they are.
It's all been
laughing all the way to the bank.
I know,
excuse me.
Exactly. Well, Joshua's already worth, I think, £320 million at the last.
What?
Yeah, I remember him ringing me up years ago.
Buy a better vest than that.
He rang me up years ago, asking me if I could give him some advice on property. That was in 2015. And I said, Anthony, just steady on. I think your career's going to reveal some big rewards further down the line, and thankfully it did.
Gosh.
Don't really rely on me for advice, do you?
I don't know. I just wish that they should have just let them go at it.
Yeah, I know.
That would have been great.
Well, they will go at
telly.
it. They will go at it at Wembley on September 21st. And it's a tough fight for Joshua because Dubois has scored some notable victories recently.
Klitschko we got.
No, it wasn't Klitschko. No, that was 10 years ago. No, no, it was Hrgović. Hrgović, who's a good fighter, and he also hit Alexander Usyk.
Usyk, that's what I was thinking.
But he hit him. It was said to be below the belt. To me, it looked like a fair shot, and that would have won him the fight, and he would have been the only fighter to have ever beaten Alexander Usyk. And we saw the trouble he gave. He gave Tyson Fury and Joshua twice, as well as a number of other opponents as well.
Have a job to avoid hitting them below the belt if they're 6'6", wouldn't you?
Showing a lot of disrespect.
Well, Usyk's 6'3", so it's a little bit harder.
Don't disrespect his age, and don't disrespect his age. I love you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we're going to be going live to Glastonbury in a couple of minutes.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
History lecturers at the University of Liverpool have been advised to problematise whiteness and heterosexuality in their seminars. They are saying that you should be guilty if you're white and heterosexual. Not using the long words they use, but that's kind of what they're saying.
Yeah, but do you know what? History in this country is concerned with more and has been lived by more white people and more heterosexuals, right? And that's the history. I'll tell you something else, Don. This is Russell Group University material here. This is Liverpool. It's a really good university. Mm-hmm. The thing that really got me going apart from this, and I thought it was an AI generation of words input into a system to come up with from something. It's ridiculous. The main issue I have is the verb problematise. I've never heard of that before. So they should be prioritising grammar. Let's get first principles back in there firstly.
It's just promoting anti-racism.
It's not, Amy.
It is, wait. It's just bringing the marginalised voices into the discussion. So,
no, what they're saying is look at British history through the optic of...
all perspectives. So let's look at it from the perspective of a queer person growing up. Let's look at it from the perspective of somebody from...
But that's not the majority.
When I actually looked at the evidence, it's all about unpacking bias. And you have to admit there has been a white bias in history.
No, there hasn't, because the facts...
From a white perspective...
Amy, the facts are, in history, most people in this country are white and heterosexual.
Of course, but then there's still...
So that's the history.
...voices that deserve to be brought into the discussion as much as the dominant...
Look,
like, that's all decolonising the curriculum is hearing all sides of the argument.
I think...
Which surely we at GB News love. We celebrate that. That's what we do.
We do, but we're not telling anybody it's bad to be white or it's bad to be...
Exactly.
That is not what...
Amy, it is. It is.
Amy.
The People's Channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. GB News, Britain's election channel.
It's 9:50 now. Dua Lipa. Yes, her.
Yes, her.
Set the bar very high, apparently, for Glastonbury, performing on the Pyramid stage last night.
Yes, there were fireworks lighting up the sky during and after the set, with the singer describing it as the maddest night of her life.
Well, Stephanie Tetchy, as you would expect, is at Glastonbury. She was at the gig last night.
Oh, she's got her board paint on and the festival stuff and everything. You look wonderful.
I am. The sun is out on Worthy Farm, so I thought I had to put my head chain on. I haven't been able to put it on all week, but I'm ready. I'm ready now.
So what did you make of Dua Lipa last night? Bit controversial, actually.
It was a little bit, Stephen. You know, there was points during the 2-hour set. You could tell that Dua Lipa was out of sync with the tracks that were playing. But you know what? In her defense, she had a very well choreographed show for 2 hours. She brought out the outfit changes. She was singing a string full of hits. You know what, I knew the crowd knew as well, and they were singing along. I think there's been a lot of talk on why was she the headliner this year, but you know what, she brought this nice element of pop and dance to Worthy Farm last night.
Yeah, and is it Coldplay tonight?
Yes, it's Coldplay. So tonight will be their 5th time headlining the Pyramid stage. So again, Glasgow fans know Coldplay pretty well. They know the songs very well as well. But I'm hoping that they can bring some surprises to their set, just to kind of break the mould a little bit.
Did I hear you right last time we were chatting, Steph, that you said there's something like 150 stages?
There's 105 stages at Glasgow. So, you know what, festival goers are really spoilt for choice. There's up to 200,000 people here. So, you know, if what's on the main stage isn't really your cup of tea, there's so many stages. Like today we've got Cyndi Lauper's going to be on today, so very much looking forward to her. Russell Crowe and his bands as well will be performing on the stage. So apparently he started a band 5 years ago in a pub, and he's going to be performing here today. So there is going to be some surprises, and it's all sprinkled around Worthy Farm, which is about 1,000 acres worth of farmland.
Yeah, I mean, are there any golden oldies? I mean, Cyndi Lauper, you mentioned she wouldn't like me calling her a golden oldie. But, you know, I mean, like people like last year we had Cat Stevens, for instance, and that's one of those moments that I think, oh, I'd love to have gone and seen him. Any others?
Well, Shania Twain's going to be in the legendary slot tomorrow, so she'll be performing at 4. But actually, someone that I really enjoyed seeing yesterday was Jane Goodall. She's quite big on climate change, and she done a speech yesterday, so it was quite nice seeing her in town as well. So I think there are going to be quite a few faces, both old and new.
Yeah, it's going to be quite something. So you're glad you're all dressed up. Is that your? Is that from India? That headpiece?
No, it's from Amazon. But it's the head chain and the earrings.
Oh, well, there you go.
You look fabulous. You look festival fabulous. Really look the part.
Thank you.
Stephanie, thanks very much indeed. Have fun.
Glastonbury.
Oh, I love that.
Well, she has just been to India. I thought she brought an authentic piece back.
Oh, I see, but no, she ordered it on Amazon. Why not?
Right.
Time for the weather. See you tomorrow.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. It might be cooler now compared with some of the weather we experienced earlier in the week, but most places are going to have a dry and bright weekend. Not everywhere, there will be some cloud and rain around. For example, northern and northwest England, north and west Wales, perhaps parts of northern Devon and Cornwall, seeing the cloud thicken through the morning. Outbreaks of mostly light, occasionally moderate rain moving in particular around coastal parts of the Irish Sea. Blustery showers continue across the north of Scotland. Meanwhile, the central belt, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, sunny spells, but in the cool air, less windy than the few days ago. But the southeast, some warmth in the sunshine, 25 Celsius there in the far southeast. It's not going to feel very warm in northern Scotland, though, with the gusty wind continuing. Yeah, not as windy as it's been, but not particularly summer-like either. Frequent showers coming into the Northern Isles, the west coast and the Western Isles. 1 or 2 showers possible for the north and west of Northern Ireland, otherwise sunny spells, 16 Celsius there through the evening for Northern Ireland. And for much of West and North Wales, northwest England, the rain and drizzle fairly persistent. An area of increasingly low clouds sinking south through Saturday night. That's going to push into southwest England, the Midlands and then eventually the southeast. That will keep temperatures a little higher overnight. It's going to be another warm night in the south, certainly a contrast compared with Friday night's cool conditions. But Further north, we're still in the cool air. Still some showers to come for Scotland, into Northern Ireland, North West England and North Wales first thing Sunday. Brightening skies though, albeit with a lot of cloud. We start the day cloudy in the south meanwhile, but then the cloud and the drizzly rain clear through during the morning. Brighter conditions into the afternoon. A lovely afternoon for the far south, and temperatures responding 22 to 23 Celsius. Still on the cool side further north.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
£30,000 in tax-free